I want to treat a new topic. I want to treat a new topic today. Oh, you just brought him, Abigail. I told you. So I asked you where he is.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I can find anything. I don't seem to find anything I'm looking for these days. Yes, Ben, tell us. What do you think about it? Ben, it's your turn. Tell us. I'm sure he's wondering, what the heck is he talking about? All right, so this is not it's not the full suite. I don't know where I kept it. What I will do is, whatever we do here, I will add it to the original, which is in the Dropbox. I don't have the the main one, so bear with me. So we talked about I'm going to keep this very, very, very simple. It can be complex, but I'm going to keep it very, very, very simple. And my problem is, you guys don't really get Delta very well. We're going to have issues. We're going to have issues. So the last time we talked about the fact that you can have an extractor that comes from a table, that an extractor that gets its data obviously from a table, right? And the fact that when you have this extractor, let's call it extractor, okay? You are able to pull data from this extractor from wherever tables it is coming from and send it into BI. And we also talked about the fact that when we are dealing with new and change records, we have a place we call RSA 7, which is what? Our delta Q, right? So if you want to see new change records that hits this table, you can actually go there and you'll be able to find it. Okay. So this is how the extractor is. Not so. And then from here, it goes into BW, right? SAPBI. Okay. Right? This is what we said. And if you remember very well, I even went ahead and made it a little bit different by bringing this delta here. Simplify things. So I'm just going over whatever we did. This as an extractor so that it can impact both the RSA7 and then the table of origin where this is coming from. All right. So that it's both, one is coming from the extractor like that. So one coming this way, and you have the other coming that way. And regardless of that, the data can get into BW, whether it is full or your delta loads, right? So depending on where it's coming from, this can be your update modes. So let me just say delta, okay, because we all know where we are going. Okay. You've already seen this. So delta or delta of full load, right? So when I say it's a mechanism, you see it is a mechanism. Now, we said that in order for us to have data coming from this RSA7, we have to initialize where, when we do an initialization, the delta, what we are saying is data is coming in, data hits this table, and then also hits this RSA7. But if I loaded data from 10 o'clock, that is my timestamp. So from 10 o'clock going forward, even though the data that gets posted comes into this table, the same data also comes into what? RSA7. And the table, there is no delta for you to pick up that new unless you're picking up everything coming in. So what you would say is, well, for the new records that came in, get into RSA7 and then send it. So what I want you to understand is, in your delta, whenever you are dealing with new or changed records, this is your mechanism where you have to be looking at. So if your delta has failed, if you have a problem with your delta, or anything that deals with your delta, you deal with the delta info package, and then you deal with your delta queue. All data sources that come from BW will have to be coming from what? RSA 7. So just like you know RSA 1, RSA 7 should be your friend as well. Okay? RSA 7 should be your friend. All right. Very good. Now, there are two places. You guys have seen all data sources that is available and all of that, you know, in RSA 6. There are certain data sources that we classify as logistics data sources. Okay? Logistics data sources. Why do we call them logistics data sources? Those type of data sources, the way we keep talking about, you go to Walmart or you go to Best Buy and people are buying and people are buying and people are buying. It is something that is, there is a lot of movement, right? Be it movement of data or movement of activity, it is fast-paced, and as a result of just the volatility of what it involves, we classify those as logistics data sources. Some of your logistics data sources, you will find when you are dealing with logistics, the first that should come in your mind in terms of a transaction code where you're going to be dealing with all of these transaction. So that will be a T code, LBWE. Oh, hey, Ellis, is the server on?
Yeah, it should be on.
The 702 is on?
Yeah, it should be. Anybody logged in? Yeah, it's up.
Okay, excellent. Man, that thing really scared me yesterday, Ellis. After I did that movement and I tried starting it, it will not start. So I had to shut it down and then restart. Anyway, so T code LBWE will be your logistics transaction code, okay? So when you go to, oh man, tell me I have GUI on this computer. It will not be funny. All right. Alex, is there anything else I need here? I don't want to select everything. I need JRE, Java runtime. I do not have that. It's JDK, JRE 6.0. That is the instruction. So how many guys have been reading about what's going on with SAP now? You guys know the changes that is happening and all that stuff. So you need to speed up so that you can start working and understand all these changes. It's incredible. There's all kinds of stuff happening right now. All kinds of changes. Good changes. But you need to get in so that you can start working on the new stuff that is up and coming. Okay. So that transaction code will be LBWE. And what kind of areas are we talking about when we talk about logistics? SD, you guys know what SD is, right? But do you agree with me that buying, selling, buying, selling, buying, selling, stuff like that? You have SD, you have MM, you have production planning, you have, can you guys help me out?
HR?
Well, see, when you think about HR, right, how does HR differ from SD? I mean, yeah, we know HR is for human resource, payroll, and all of that. But how does it differ from, how is it different from SD and MM and stuff? Do you know? See, there is transactions involved, right? There is movement involved. Daily, not just daily, but on the minute, on the fly type of deal, right? You know me, so. Mm. Oh, come on. Right? Lola, what do you think? You mentioned HR. I'm trying to say that HR is somewhat different from here. You're dealing with some activity of purchases, of making cars on the fly, of selling. That is a lot of activity, don't you think? You can think of it as, you can differentiate it, using this scenario. You have two people. One is jogging, and the other one is running 100 meters. So the one that is running very, 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 very fast will be the logistics area in terms of activity. And the guy that is jogging and is taking it slow and cool and chilled is the guy that is jogging. He even has little iPods, and he's listening to music while he's jogging. He can afford to do that because it's so pissed. He's not sweating and waiting next in line. Yes, come on. Yes, come on. Yes, who is next? Yes, ring. Buy, buy, buy. Sell, sell, sell. Make cars, make cars, make cars. And what do you think happens when you have a company that is making the car that you drive? Making 1,400, did I say what is 1,400 cars? Yeah, 1,400 cars a day. How many days do we have? Yeah, 1,400 cars a day. That's got to be a lot of work. That's got to be a lot of work. So in manufacturing, we have what we call just-in-time. What is just-in-time manufacturing? Anybody? Nobody knows what just-in-time is. Can somebody Google just-in-time and then read it for us? You guys can still see my screen, right?
Yes, Anna. Evans, it's inventory management.
I'm sorry?
Inventory management.
Inventory management. What does that mean? Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, making sure that the products are just arrives at the time that the transaction is happening, so that they don't keep too much inventory in store.
Okay. So if we put it in perspective, if what we're saying is we have a car manufacturing plant. We build cars. And if we have to be relying on all the parts that we need in building these cars, if we are actually building 1,400 cars a day, how much or how much of this parts do we need to actually put in our storehouse and then bring it out to make cars? So it's a smart decision to say that a lot of these parts are coming from China and coming from overseas and everything, right? It is scheduled in such a way that by the time that it gets to the plant, there are robotics and manpower that will be offloading those trucks not to stock the inventory, but to use it as it comes. A truckload of car headlights or car bumpers, as soon as it gets there, it is used to make the product, the end product. You see the cars lined up. As soon as they move, by the time that they leave the compound, all the stuff inside of it would have been used, so that there is no need to stock inventory and then have to go to your storehouse again and then pull them again. You have somebody that you hired. You are paying the person. But you pay the person to store, the stuff you are going to use. And when it's time for you to use it, you tell, hey, go and then bring it. That's like double work. So they eliminated that process, or it's a process that attempts to eliminate the stocking of inventory before having to go there and then bring it to the plant. For it to be used. It makes it faster, it cuts down on costs, it streamlines the process. All right, so I'm heading somewhere, with that. So any data source with that sort of activity is typically, what we will classify under there. You don't have to know what it is. All you have to do is just to go to transaction LPWE, and you're going to see that over there. Okay. So this is what happens. There is someone at the you have someone at Best Buy or wherever it is, and this is what they're doing. This is their computer screen, right? This is their computer screen. Maybe mine doesn't look like one, but yeah, that is their computer screen. And so when they enter data from their computer screen, that data goes to say where? Where does it go to again? Where does it go to? Not so. Right? All right. So when it goes to the ECC table, then what happens? This table here is the same as what you have here, right? It's the same. So let's give those instances is full. If somebody tried to come in twice, okay. All right. So these are the tables, right? ECC table is the same thing, okay? This is logistics, this one is regular finance, HR, and the more we go, then you'll be able to understand what the logistics, is versus the other, data sources, which is the joggers versus the runners, right? The joggers versus the runners. So those that are running, we are calling those guys logistics. So we're going to put them over here. We're going to say runners, right? All right. And then we're going to call these guys over here, those that are doing what? The joggers, right? I mean, be so. All right. Please, when you're doing your interview, don't go and use joggers and runners. They will fire you. This is me, just trying to do an illustration for you. All right, so somebody enters this, you go to Best Buy, they enter information, it gets into an ECC table. Okay? It gets into an ECC table. We all know that ultimately from this table, right, it's going to head to what? BI. We want to send it to BI. But this is what happens. Because it's logistics and there is a lot of transactions coming in every single time, with the logistics, we do not move data from the table. Rather, we bring this data, which is going to be our full load, the very first load that we do, we bring it into an area somewhere here, okay? And this area, let me call this area here, let's call it our setup table, okay? The setup table is nothing but a table that you actually get in there and do what? Try to move your data that you have in this ECC table to the setup table. Why? Because you cannot move data directly from this ECC table as far as logistics are concerned. So you set up the table, okay? You set up the table. Now, in order for you to, you're going to be like, this setup table, where is this at? Where can I find this? Don't worry. So with setup table, there is a transaction that you go, and then you fill the setup table, okay? So that is the first step that you do. You do what? You fill the setup table, okay? You fill the setup table. All right, you fill the setup table. That's basically what you do. So now, while you are filling this setup table, while you are filling it, and data is coming in, let's say that you finish filling it, as soon as you hit, if there is 100 records over here, and you start filling this table, 100 records is what will come into the table. Anything new that comes, the delta that comes will not enter into this setup table, okay? So that is going to be the initial load. So from here, from this setup table over here, what happens? Anybody? Anybody? From here, what do? You just send it to what? What do we do after the setup table? When we do okay, I want to wave it in over here. So let's see what we can do. I'm going to take out these here. The T code is LBWE. For your logistics, right? Okay. LBWE. Let's just pull it this way so we get that. And then What do we do from here?
Ms. Evans?
Yes, sir.
Does the setup table have something to do with the extractor?
Okay, that is a good question. Yes, it does. So the setup table, let's do this directly here. I will explain very shortly. So this setup table, just like every other setup table, not just like every setup table, but just like every other data source having to go through this extractor, right? I'm going to bring it to the back. Okay, it is going to what? The extractor is here. So the extractor, as you see, is right here. Okay, and let me code this way so that you know that when this is a data source. Okay, if you have not filled this table and you are using this extractor, pick up any SD extractor, right? And then go to RSA3 and see if you're going to see data. If that table, this table over here has not been filled, data will not show up in that place. Okay? Data will not show up in that place. So the first step that you do is you set up the table. Once this is complete, just go to BW and then do what? Do your initialization. Okay? We are getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. All right. So what's happening while this ECC is receiving data, but then the new data that is coming here doesn't get here, right? Because we're saying that once you start setting up the table, what happens? New records stop flowing into this setup table. I mean, guys, this thing over here is the same as this delta here. So we've been talking about delta. So you should be able to understand what I'm doing. So this over here, let's just call this, let's say, this is also ECC table, but this ECC table will be for, let's say, finance, HR, right? And then this ECC table will be for what?
SD.
SD. Maybe, let's see. Okay. Sort of dealing with, this is the way I want to do it. So let's say SD, MM, etc., right? Okay, so with those kind of extractors, if you have an extractor that is logistics extractor because it belongs to this place, the first thing you're going to do is to figure out how you're going to fill that setup table. Okay? Sometimes, you know, before you fill a setup table, you know, it's like you have a cup, you want to drink water. You know, sometimes you can decide to do what? Wash the cup. Even though the cup is clean, you can decide to just wash it just for the heck of it. So you can delete the setup table and then you set up, you know, the setup table, right? And the deleting of the setup table It's really not a big point over here, but if you want, I can add that as a point. So, okay, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Let me get to where I'm going. So up to this point, you guys understand that we can actually fill this setup table. And then once we fill the setup table, the data goes straight into what? Through the extractor, then it goes to BW as your initialization or your full load. It doesn't go through RSA7. It's going behind it. It doesn't go through it. Okay? No RSA7. I know some of you will give me a headache, so let me just, for the sake of clarity, let me just move it away from there. I don't want you to tell me it goes into RSA7, all of that. No, it doesn't. The setup table doesn't go to RSA7. It does exactly what you see there. Fill the setup table, then just go to RSA3 and check, make sure there is data. If you don't fill it, you're not going to find any data there. It's just that simple. Okay? Then you load it and send it into BI. Then what do we do with the delta? That's the problem. So as soon as you start setting this table up, the new records that will come will hit what? This table, right? The main table, so we'll hit it. But what we are saying is we want a mechanism where during the loads, during the setup, and then after the setup, the postings that is happening over here, the new records that is coming in here, right, will also come in here. Today my colors are wow, man. Okay, so we're going to call this over here our, depending on what it is, it's going to be an update table or it's going to be extraction queue. So, Ellis, did you find out what we talked about yesterday?
Yeah, I was actually looking at it. So I think it was what we were saying. The Q1 is the Q delta is the extraction queue.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then the other one is the update tables,
right.
The V3 and serialized stuff.
Okay, so this here is called the extraction queue. And the color doesn't help, so I'm going to change it. What do we put over there? Yeah, I'm going to put this as the appropriate one for it because there is also delta, right? Some sort of a delta. Eric, what are you doing here? Jelewaku.
I'm trying to make sure you teach the guys the right thing.
Really?
Yeah.
You're making me nervous now. All right. So this extraction queue is nothing but what? It's also a delta. That is our delta. It's fresh delta. So that what? It's capturing the new records that is coming in, right? New records goes into the table, but we only do setup table once, just like initialization. It's only once, right? So this extraction queue is the transaction LBWQ. That's where you go. That's where your transaction queue, that's where your extraction queue can be viewed if you want to know what it is. All right? Okay. So you have this, your extraction queue. Data is coming into that extraction queue from wherever it's coming from, right? You guys following right now? John, are you following? It's anything complex?
No, I'm following.
Okay. Gloria, are you good? Glow Sachs.
I'm following, yeah. I'm following, Evans.
Okay. All right, excellent. All right. So this is what happens. This is basically, what our deal is. This is what happens. This is how the system has been built. Don't ask me why they did it this way. I don't know. All right. So there is data put into a table, and then you setting up the setup table, and then picking up the changes or the additions over here in this extraction queue. All right. So we have a little car over here. Oh no, tell me I didn't do this very well. We have this little man over here, and I'm going to paint it Eric's favorite color. Okay. And what I'm trying to do over here is I'm trying to say that there is a connection to RSA 7 as well from here. Who can tell me what this connection is for? What is this connection here for? You guys can tell me. Why is there a connection between this LBWQ and RSA 7? Anybody?
Yeah, from my understanding, RSA 7 is used for new or change data, and same applies to the extraction queue too. So they have a commonality between them.
So what does it mean when you see what?
So just to ask you, is it that the new data that hits the extraction queue had to go through RSA 7 to BI?
Based on my analysis over here, or based on the drawing, what do you think?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that you had to go through RSA 7 to BI.
Okay. So BI does not know what extraction queue is. It doesn't care. It doesn't know it. It doesn't understand it. It doesn't even know whether it exists or not. Okay? But basically, there will be, so hypothetically, you have 100 records that came in over here, right? Let's say 100 records. So you loaded 100 records over here. And then after a while, another, let's say 20 records came in over here. You cannot reload it here because it's only once. And we are saying that with these 20 records, that also tends to show up where in LBWQ, right? Is that correct? While this becomes our delta, we do not have a mechanism to send it directly to BW. It has to do what? It has to go through this RSA-7. This RSA-7 is the only delta mechanism that is recognized by SAP BW. Okay? This over here, this little thing over here is it's our JOB. Whoa, what's that? It is our JOB, what I'm calling what? Calling this our job. Okay, job control 2016 E. Why is the class so quiet? What happened, Lola? What happened?
We try.
All right. So you can think of this job control as your faucet in the house. If you want to turn on the water, you let it flow. If you want to turn it off, you close it. Okay? Okay. So that's all that there is to it. That's all there is to it. I'm done. Okay? I haven't given you the transaction code to set up the table. We'll find it right now. Okay? But that's all there is to it. So setup table, load this setup table, send it to the extractor. Send it to whether it's a full or delta initialization, okay, into BI. And then from there, you have this, your extraction queue, which does what? Collects your what? Your deltas. And then it sends it to what? RSA-7. That's all I expect you to know. Because I'm recording this session, we had a conversation where I said I'm not going to go into very complex, I don't want to confuse anybody, but we are recording this and it would be good to have this as detailed as possible. So I'm going to go a step further to explain one or two things. But really, really, at this stage, this is what I want you to be able to explain. Okay? That you fill the setup table. Once the setup table is complete, you send this what? Info package. You schedule the info package for initialization. Once the initialization is complete, then you do what? Then you create another info package and that info package is delta, and automatically the system knows that it has to be picking it up from here. Okay. There are a couple of things that you don't do, all right? First of all, do you guys agree with me that when you do not have delta initialization, there is not a delta queue for that particular data source? Do you guys remember that we said that?
Yes.
How can you have delta when you don't have initialization? You remember what Ellis taught you the last time, where delta will not even appear unless you have done what? Scheduled initialization. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Linda.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So without initialization, there cannot be delta. Okay? The delta queue is a place that holds the what? Extractor specific deltas. They are all extractor specific. You see all the data sources over there. But if a data source is not in there, it means that it doesn't have initialization. It means that its delta is not set up. In order for you to invoke this delta queue for this data source, let's say we are using 2LIS, underscore, two LIS underscore, 02 underscore, I've forgotten the name of the data sources, even the way it goes. We're going to use 11, 12, 13, which is a sales. I'll talk about that very soon. We'll pick up a data source and then we'll see how it goes. But the point I'm trying to make, theoretically, I want you guys to understand this theoretically before we even go into the system. All right? Let's say this is masked. I'm saying that if you don't have this over here, this one here, your delta queue that will contain this, your data source, that data source will not be here, right? You have to do what? Set up the table, do an initialization, and then the delta, once you schedule it, will appear here. If you do not have that, and you transfer this records from here through this job control. A job control is nothing but you say, hey, every 1 hour I want you to push data into RSA-7. Every 1 hour, go into extraction queue and push all the records that have been collected and send it here. So it's a periodic job. Every 1 hour, go here, push it, send it to RSA-7. You can say every 2 hours, send this data for this data source and send it to RSA-7. That's all it says. That's all it does. Okay? That is a job control. You can decide to terminate the job control so that what? Data does not flow to RSA-7. You can deschedule it. You can deactivate it. Or make it inactive so that the data doesn't flow. So let me ask you, when you are setting up this table, right, when you're filling the setup table, okay, let me use this word because I think sometimes it's my fault. Let me use the right words. When you are filling the setup table, so don't tell me when you are setting up the setup table, okay? It's going to be a field. You are filling it with data. All right? So I corrected myself. I want you guys to be using that from now. When you are filling the setup table, what happens between this extraction queue and this RSA-7? What do you think should be happening? for the new records that is being collected over here, what should you do with this job? Do you want to send it here while the setup table is being filled? That's the question. Anybody has any ideas?
Yeah, Evans, I think the setup table needs to be filled and the data need to be loaded before, if there's any new update, it's going to hit the extraction queue to the RSA7. So without this...
While this is being set up, if there is new updates, it will collect over here. That's the whole purpose, right?
Right.
So while this one is setting up, it's collecting here. So it can do this and do this at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But what happens when you actually tell this job to send data into RSA7 while the setup table is still filling? Anybody? I'm making this more complex than you need. But it's a simple question I'm asking. Let me tell you. You have a setup table. You want to move all this data into BW first before you can move a delta. Okay? Your delta is collecting somewhere. That's fine. You haven't moved it. You don't have delta over here. Why don't you have delta for this cube? For this extractor? Can you tell me why?
Because your setup table is not completed yet.
You don't have initialization.
Right.
Right? Let's even forget about setup table. If you come to this FI data sources you guys have been using, can you have delta info package without initialization?
No.
Is that a yes
No.
or no?
No.
Okay, so it's the same thing. If you don't have initialization here, you cannot have a delta for whatever data source that you are dealing with. So this is setting up. If it's setting up, it means that you've not moved it, right? It means that you've not moved it to BI. It means that you don't have what? You haven't set up your initialization. That means you don't have delta. So if you try to push this data, send it into this RSA7, it's going to get lost. It's going to get deleted because there is nothing here for it to be able to hold it. Like you send somebody to Afghanistan. You know, we carry Linda, and then we just say, let's just go and throw her into Afghanistan. There is no GPS over there. You've not told her anything. Wouldn't you be worried? She's going to get lost. That's what happens to these records from the extraction queue. If you don't tell it where it should go to, if it doesn't have a place where it should go to, you are literally sending it to Afghanistan. It's going to get lost. Somebody is going to chop off their head or something like that. All right, so don't do that. You have to do this first. Fill the setup table, right? Send it through the extractor, through the info package, which is going to be your what? Initialization. Okay? Initialization, and then from there, what happens? You can, once it's finished loading, you can actually say, well, let me allow this job to start flowing to the delta now because I have a delta because I did full. Once I did full, sorry, not full, but delta. I think I'm getting tired. You did your initialization, okay? Do your init, all right? Do your init. So let me just do here, initialize delta, okay? Once you initialize delta and the data goes into SAP BI via your info package. This over here is ready to be able to contain data coming from LBWQ. If you don't initialize, you're sending your data on the rocks somewhere, and it's going to get lost. You want to keep this, you want to keep this, you want to keep this. It's very important. So don't schedule, don't do any job control yet. You leave this place inactive, no job control, so that this will stay here. Finish filling your setup table, and then initialize your delta, and then come and open this job control so data can flow from extraction queue to RSA7. Once it's here, you can always load it into BW. I don't care, you know, when you actually do this other leg where the data goes here. I don't really care, right? It's going to go like that. Okay? So this over here is going to be your delta. Okay? That will be your delta. Any questions? Any questions? So we can go over here, and this one always starts with OLI, and then whatever you find, and then BW, okay? So the star is, if it is purchasing, then it will be something. If it is sales, the extractor, then the setup table will be transaction OLI, something BW, like OLI 3 BW, OLI 7 BW, whatever, you know. So we'll figure it out from there. Okay, so Alex, you want to show it, or you want me to set up my GUI from here and carry on?
You don't have the GUI installed, or?
Sorry?
Well, I was asking, you have the GUI installed, right? Oh yeah, just set it up, it'll be easier. Zero 06.
All right. So class and Houston. Is it too small? Or it's okay? No complaints, huh? Okay, all right.
I think it's if you can, it's kind of
It's
small.
a little small.
Hey, Alice, what can I do to make this bigger? Is there anything here I can do to
It's a
make it bigger?
resolution on the computer.
Is that the only way?
Yeah, don't make it wrong. Yeah, just use a resolution. That's better.
So what? I should drop it down?
Yeah, drop it down to maybe 1280 by 800. Yeah. Yeah, keep changing.
1680, 150. It has to be 1680. Oh.
No, 1280 by 800. That's fine. Just go ahead and do the apply. Do okay again.
No, it wouldn't allow me to do apply.
Oh, it did.
My computer went off.
Oh, it went off. Oh, we can
Yeah.
see it, but we didn't.
Look. Sorry?
We can see it, but
Well, you can see it.
yeah, we can see it.
Keep changes, else it's gonna go off again. You see, it says 1 second. See?
Yeah, but he cannot see it on his end.
Oh.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
Man, that's too big. Go to the 1600 by 900. Oh.
Is it too big?
Evans, click on your left arrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it too big?
Yeah,
Too big?
You're gonna have trouble. You're gonna have trouble doing that. Anyway, if you can use it, that's fine.
All right. So if you saw what I did earlier on, the first thing I said was the transaction code is what? LBWE. So whenever you think of Logistics Cockpit, you come here. Transaction LBWE. Okay? So these are all your logistics data sources. It's obviously, you know what this is. Okay, these are all data sources. 2LIS, 02, ACC, CGR, all of these here is what? Purchasing. All right? When you see this, that is yellow, it means that it's not what? It's not maintained. Is that right, Ellis? You have to activate it.
Yeah, you have to activate it. Do the pencil by the inactive.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be the job control, right?
Oh, expand that, let me see. Okay, click on the data source name. The middle one. One more.
Yeah, right. Okay, so here, it's right here. If you have the data source, you click on the data source, okay? And then you just say, you create your request and all of that stuff, and, you know, save it, and then here, it becomes green. You click on the data source. If you are working on something that is not active, all right? So, again, your logistics is in LBWE. And remember that in the previous sessions, we told you that everything that you're looking for is in transaction SBIW. Okay, SBIW, this one here, it deals with everything. So for example, you know how to set up business content in RSA 5. It's right here. Okay? You know how to set up application-specific data sources. Okay, you have it right here. Okay, generic data source, right here. When you click, that is where it takes you. Okay, post-processing of data sources is what? What is this here? Anybody? You know what this is?
When you want to make changes to a data source or edit it.
Which is what? What is this here?
RSA 5.
Post. Post. What is this?
RSA 6.
So when you say post-processing, then that's what it is. All right? What is this over here? Transfer business content. What is this? You see business content. As soon as you see business content in ECC, where do you go to? What is this? Oh. How do you install business content? How do you install data sources in ECC?
You go to RSA 6. And
whatever is in RSA 6 is already installed.
right. Oh, installing this RSA 5.
RSA 5.
So why is it taking you guys so long for you to know this? As soon as you see transfer business content, that's exactly the same thing. You click here, and that is where it takes you. This here, let's go down here and see. What is this?
RSA 5.
So it's the same thing. Everything that you're looking for, this is where you come to and then you find it. What is this? What is this here?
RSA 3. Oh, Delta Q, check Delta Q. RSA 7.
RSA 7.
RSA 7.
What is this?
That's the Delta Q. RSA 7.
RSA 7.
Okay. So here you see all the various data sources and everything. Okay. So it's the same way if you don't know where to go to find your this thing, scroll down here. Set up for application specific data sources. They are here, right? Just as you see it. You see logistics, you go down, everything that you see over here, inventory, purchasing, if you go under purchasing, right? Everything that is related to purchasing is here. You go under SD, everything that is related to SD is here. Okay. Okay, so this is basically where you have. There is one more thing I need to show over here. And you come and you type in field. Let's say you want to fill setup tables, right? So where is it under? Logistics. And then you come to what? Managing extract structures. And then you say what? Filling in the setup table. Okay? From experience, you will know as time goes on, right? So let's say I told you OLI 7BW or OLI 3BW. Let's pick up SD, for example. This is SD billing documents, right? SD billing. This is billing, this is sales orders. So let's pick up sales orders. You want to set up the table for sales orders. What do? You come here, you click on it, you fill this over here, but before you fill, just take a look at this. What is this? What is this transaction?
OLI 7BW.
Okay, so that means that whenever you want to fill data sources for what? to LIS 11 VA item to set up the table, you come to what? OLI what?
7BW.
OLI 7.
If you know it, like from today, everybody knows OLI 7BW is for what? Setting up this. If you can remember it, then you don't have to go to LBW, to SBIW. But if you don't know it, and let's say you don't even remember how to get here, just go to SBIW again, okay? And then over here, just do a find and just type in field. It will bring you here, field in the setup table. Remember what I said, you can delete the contents of a setup table, right? It's like washing your cup, whether it's dirty or not, before you drink. That is no big deal. You can put it there, you know what. You can make it a habit to delete it first. So the one that we picked up, to LIS underscore 11 underscore VADR, right? Let me go to LBWE. Where is sales? Is that 11?
11, yes.
Okay. So if you go down here, it says to LIS 11 VA. This is the header, right? This is the header and then the item. Okay. So let's say this is the header. To LIS 11 VADR. We can go to RSA 3. And then put in to LIS underscore 11 underscore VADR. If there is data in there, what does it mean? If you find data here, what does it mean? It means that this setup table is filled. Okay? Since it's not defined, it's not defined. Okay, well, so but it's right here, right? It's saying it's not defined. Is it because there is probably no data in it? Ellis.
I think it's because you forgot the H.
Oh, I forgot the H. I forgot the H. Yeah, because if there is no data, it should tell you there is no V, A. What is that again? VAHDR, VAH. Okay, there you go. Thank you. VAH. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, there we go. So it's saying it here. Now, if you do extract, there are 990 records, right? Okay, let's go and then delete the setup table and come back there again and then see. How do we delete setup table again? If you want to delete a setup table, what is number 11?
LBWG.
Number 11 over here is for what? SD, right? So let's say you don't know, you just come to field and then you do delete contents of a setup table. You click here. From today onwards, we know that this transaction is what? What is this transaction again?
LBWG. LBWG.
All right. So, so OLI, this BW, LBWG could be somewhere. So, let's maintain. Okay, so so the first thing we want to do is we have, you can always do this. So you can say just delete setup table, right? That can be the first thing that you do. Step one, you delete the setup table, all right? Now deleting the setup table, what is the transaction code we found again? Gloria, what was the C code?
LBWJ. It's LBWJ.
LBWG.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what is the next thing that we do? Fill the setup table, right? What is the transaction code again? Let's say for sales, we know is what? OLI 7BW, right? So we don't know
7BW. Right.
all of it, but let's just say star and then BW. Okay? We know how to find this by going to we can say go to or go to SDIW and type field, right? Okay. And then what is the third thing that we do? After you fill the setup table, what is the next thing you do?
Yes, sir. Initialization.
You initialize delta. Okay. So initialize delta in what? In BW, right?
Yes.
All right. What is the fourth thing that we do?
Structure. You do the extraction checker, or you do the extraction queue, LBWQ.
So I say that again.
You can check with extraction checker, or you do LBWQ.
Well, if you want to do extraction checker, that should be number.
Wait.
After you put the setup table, then you can view it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so check data, which is really it's not really a point. So if you want to, you fill the setup table, and then after that, if you want to, you can do RSA3. Okay.
Oh, okay.
RSA3. Everybody knows what RSA3 is, so I just said RSA3. Right?
Yeah.
All right. So what we were doing is from the beginning, we want to delete the setup table. So we come down here, we drop down, and then we pick up what we want to delete. We're dealing with what? SD. What were we dealing with?
11. Yeah.
Yeah, SD number 11.
All right. This one here should take just a second. It's like you are washing a cup. But again, I don't know why it's taking this long, but usually it's there. There we go. It's done. Okay. So let's go to extractor checker again and then run this. What is it?
Steward data.
Record selected. That's the one that you deleted.
Right?
Yes.
So we wiped it out, and we are going to refill it. Okay? So whenever you come here, you don't see it says 0 records. Don't call me and tell me this exists data source doesn't have data. Make sure that you set up the filter. And this applies only for logistics data sources. All right? Lola, you there? Are you trying to cut the or something? Why are you so quiet today? John, why are you giving Lola a hard time there?
I'm here.
Why? The dentist didn't do a good job? You still have a problem?
I didn't go yet. No, I'm good, but
What? Why are you quiet? Is it getting heated? Anyways, yeah. So again, we've deleted it. The next thing that we want to do is we learned that we can do OLI 7 BW, right? We can do OLI 7 BW. OLI 7 BW. That was based on, how did I know this? Either that or I go to SBIW, see how many times.
SBIW.
And then what
and
next?
then we're fine, and then we did fail.
Okay. Then what next? Then what next?
Then you select the one you want to fill. Yes. Click on it.
Okay. All right. So over here, you want to only select only certain company codes. You don't want certain, company codes in it. If you want all the data, here is just for selection, okay? Name of run. We can just say SD setup, or whatever, okay? Now, to give you a hint, depending on the size of your organization, this setup can run for several hours or days, maybe a day or 2 or 3. I've had a situation where this has run for 29 hours. Ellis was telling me yesterday he had a situation where it ran for 48 hours. Okay. Now, this termination date here, okay, is put in place for a reason. You are setting up the table, you are using ECC resources, and ECC is heavily used by your entire organization. They do not want you to tie up the system resources, filling tables for several days, if that is the case. So you are expecting that this should be done, let's say, in 24 hours. So you come over here and you're like, well, it's 7:30 today. So let me change this to 7:31. Okay, someone was not allowed to enter the meeting. I don't know who that is, but why is this meeting full? How can we be? Is someone using 2 systems?
Your max is 16, and there's 16 people.
Okay. Eva, why do we have 2 pentacles plus myself? Can we free up one? Okay, never mind. I don't know who it is. I think everybody is in the class, so. All right, so basically, I'm going to change. Yes?
I'm doing recording, that's why. I'm recording on another computer.
So I'm changing this to 7:31 at 9:47 or 9:50, right? That means that your termination date should be in the future. I'm expecting that this setup will complete in less than, what, 24 hours, or within 24 hours it should be done. If I anticipate it's going to be like 2 days, then I'm going to change my 31 to what? August 1st. You understand what I'm saying, right?
This is Linda Evans. Quick question.
Yes.
How do you determine how long the setup time is going to be?
That's a good question. That is a good question. The reason why they put this over there, I believe it's not for you to be able to estimate, but rather, you know what, this thing should be done during the weekend. So if you start Friday evening, Monday morning, look, we're going to be running business, and we don't want this thing running. So just shut me down by Monday, 6 o'clock in the morning. That's what you're saying. All right? Because you don't know how many is here. You can guess. You can find out from the business. You can try to find out how long it's been, you know, but there is just really no way of really specifically knowing. And another way is if you know the tables, you can go there and check the entries, and it gives you an idea of how many millions of records you are dealing with. You know, but really, there is no absolute way of knowing how long it is going to take. Okay? So this one over here is to say, well, you know what? It doesn't hurt for you to put 3 days there if you don't mind. If it's after 30 minutes and it's done, it's done, even if you put 3 days. So your pain thresholds, your threshold where the business might be not necessarily just needing the system, but the resources to be freed up. All right? You can simulate it if you want to. There is also a place that says block all others. It says indicator which is used to define that all documents residing in the system are locked due to the setup of this and can therefore not be changed. Do you understand what that means? So basically, you, and I mean, these things, this is really not necessary, but I thought someone would ask me. So, you know, so there are some orders, right? You guys haven't seen anything. Like, it's a VA01. This is how, you know, sales orders are created, right? You know, to create sales orders. Let me go to VA. They do VA0, let's say pick up an order. So whatever orders has been entered already, you know, based on what you're doing, you don't want to make any changes over there. You want it to, you know, you don't want anybody to go in there and make any changes, basically. you decided that, okay, well, let me just lock it so that nobody can make any changes. That's all that it means. For our exercise, I'm not going to be using that. All right, so if it's in the future, you have your time, you know, whether it's blocked all others and all of that, you know, not checking that new run. And then the next thing you do is don't do this. I'm repeating it, don't do this. If you do this, you're telling your computer that, hey, I want this to be running for the next 30 hours if that is what it takes. And when you shut your computer down, then you have a problem because it's going to run in the foreground. You want it to run in the background, so go to Programs and execute it in the background. Okay? What is this to put here? Is it LP01? Ellis? That's for the printer, okay? So it doesn't mean anything. Just put LP01 anywhere you go to. All right? LP01 and just say continue. All right? Then you do immediate and then you do what? Save. So this here, this data source contains all data is still to be transferred. All right? So now it is doing what? It started setting up. How do we check what's happening? Anybody? How do we check what is happening?
SM37.
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 Okay.
Okay.
We go to SM37. We are looking for a job that is active, right? All these things are there. We can leave it, you know, and then just say execute. So this is what is running right now. Okay? It says active. So if I press F8 continuously, the seconds is going to change. You know, it's telling me that there is something going on. Right? So we are going to continue to watch this until what? It's completely what? It becomes finished. All right? That's how we monitor it. And so just by doing this, data starts flowing over here gradually, gradually, gradually. This 998 records, the record is not very much. So I'm expecting that this thing, when we checked it the last time, it wasn't very much, right? Let me open another one so we can go to SM37 and see if it's done. Well, it's still active. It's still active. So it's still adding more data then. Okay, line 90. All right. So you wait for it to finish. And then once it's done, you're setting up the table, once it's done, you do what? Now, remember what I said, you want to make sure that this job is not active while this setup is going on. Otherwise, in a live environment, the new data that is coming has to come to this LBW queue. And you want to make sure that you keep it here. Because if this job is active, you scheduled it to be moving data from here to here when there is no delta because you haven't done an initialization. So the data is going to get lost. Okay? So what is this job control we are talking about? This is 11, right? Then this is 2 LIS 11 VA header. This is what we are dealing with, right? You see this 11? If you go up on this 11, let me put this down. You see, they all have job controls. 11. right? And actually what I'm doing right now is not even right now. What I'm doing right now, doing all this setup and everything, it's not right. That's not basically what I should be doing. And I will explain that. Because first of all, let's talk about the job control. This is the job control, okay? When I click on it, you see start date is not maintained. So you have to schedule. This is not. So this is the way it's supposed to be. Okay? So that after everything goes in, then you do what? Then you can come and maintain this and say, I want you to start, and immediately send it every 2 hours and all of that. But let's say I click here, I come here, I say periodic, I say load every hour, I say check, I put the start when it should start and the time when it should end, and then, you know, this one I don't need to worry about it, or I can put, you know, 2020 or whatever, right? Then you set up. So every 1 hour, based on your periodic value you set up here, the job control will do what? Will go, it's going to become like your maid servant. It will go here, pick up the data, and then push it to what? RSC7. All right? Okay. So what is the difference between this logistics setup that we have here and then this one? Who can tell me? What is the difference? With this, there is a setup table, there is extraction queue, and you do not get the data coming directly from this table. Is that correct? Yes? Well, yeah. This setup over here is what we call the queued delta. Okay? The whole process here in logistics is what we call queued delta. Queued delta will have a setup table and we'll have an extraction queue. Some people are like, you know what, we don't know about all of these things. We know, you know, whatever. The reason for this is just so that when there is what? Data coming in here, while this setup is happening, you do what? You are able to wait so that all this data stays over here. So it's good because, see, there is data coming in every second, and it needs to collect before it continues. What would happen over here? Let's say we don't have this logistics setup. We have a table, and postings are coming in every second, and we are loading data from here into BI. What would be the steps that will follow? We do initialization, right? Is that correct? Yes, people?
Yes.
Yes.
So, we do initialization, and then after we've done initialization and then the data is gone, then we'll do what? Delta. But if the data is coming in every second and you do initialization here, during the process of the initialization, when it hasn't ended, more data gets added here. But because you don't have delta yet, because it's still in the process of this, your initialization, right? What happens to the delta that will come in if there is nowhere like this that is saved? What happens to it when you don't have this delta queue set up? What do you think is going to happen? Assuming this is your logistics, data gets in here, you are doing initialization. While you are doing initialization, new records come in. It's supposed to be here, right? So that you do what? You can have your delta after, right? But your initialization is not even complete yet. So what happens to that data?
Do you lose it?
Right? Okay. Well, you lose it. So if you are a company and you run logistics and this is a setup that you have, in order not for you to lose your Delta records or anything, what do you need to do? You use this, which is enhanced, that for those that don't know how to use this, they still use this type of method. Some companies still use this type of method, and it's called direct delta. Okay? It's called direct delta. When you use this direct delta, you need downtime. You need a time where the system here will not have any postings coming into it. That means that you have to pick up a day, or you have to tell the company that, hey, we want to do this thing and it's done only once in your lifetime or whatever. So everybody, stop posting transactions in the system. Stop it. Stop posting transactions. So that means that you need a what? You need a downtime. When that happens, it's possible, but you need what? Downtime. This is a big word. So if someone you have an interview and they talk to you about logistics cockpit and you're trying to tell them this is a method where you have a setup table, you have a extraction queue, you have your job control. They're like, okay, so but what if we don't have it? It's like, look, we don't use that here. We have direct delta. We've used it for a long time. We've had this system forever, perhaps even before queued delta ever came, and we don't intend to change it. So if you have to reset up anything using direct delta, then what would you do? You say, oh, well, yeah, it's possible, but you just need downtime. In order for you not to lose your deltas, you need downtime. It's very simple. All right? So what I didn't realize, any questions? Any questions? All right, so in order for us to set our 11 up, when we are setting up the, setup table and all the nonsense we're doing, we didn't even check whether the update mode here is direct delta or queued delta. For serialized V3 is like queued delta, but I'm not going to call this. You can read it. So either direct delta or queued delta. Okay, queued delta is better. All right. Again, I want to make it simple, so I don't want to talk about it. But even if you do F1, you're going to be able to see it. It's something for you to read. Well, it doesn't have anything anyway. But on serialized, generally, that's not taking into account, how the flow of the data, the flow of the documents is really coming in. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, and again, I don't want to talk about that really, because let's deal with direct delta and let's deal with queued delta. So when you want to set up your table, direct delta doesn't set up tables. Queued uses set up tables. Or rather, let me backtrack a little bit. Let me backtrack. Direct delta will still use setup table, okay? It will still use the setup table, but it will not have a placeholder for the delta. So this will still be there, okay? But then your LPWP will not have, anything. So it's direct. It's something that like that. There is no action. This action won't be there. But the action will be there. And whenever you want to look, you have to fill the setup table. But there will not be an LPWQ for you. Sorry. All right. So what we just did, we did direct delta. We've been able to set up you know, direct delta, all right. Okay, but we do not have LBWQ. When you go to transaction LBWQ, you are not going to have your deltas coming in because of the method that we chose. So we should have chosen Q delta. Let's do continue. If your new request, you know.
Hey, Afia, mute your phone.
Okay, so this time around we'll change it to Q delta. So with Q delta, we expect that what? The update mode there will be what? You're going to have extraction Q, right? You're going to have extraction Q. LBWQ. But you have to set that up before you go and run your setup table. Okay, so we don't have business doing this when we hadn't set it up. We should have done that first. So it's finished now. All right. And if we go back to extractor checker, I still think it's 990 something. Still 990 something, you know, 990. But that's all the data that is there. But we don't have business doing this. We need to go back and delete the setup table. Okay? We need to delete the setup table so that we can do what? Refill it. Plus, and how do we delete it?
Transaction LBWG.
That's 11 right there. Wipe it clean. Okay? Okay. And then we go to OLI7BW. And then you can put your name of run and the setup, whatever it is. Put 31 here. Insert. And then go into programs to execute in background. LP01, the output device. You know, I think sometimes it changes, right, Ellis? And then you just do immediate, and then you do what? Save. Oh, it says contains data still to be transferred. Contains data still to be transferred. Do you know why it says that? It says that, hey, you are trying to set up the table, but I am seeing that there are some records over here that was there previously. This record is here as well. So you need to clean this up, because otherwise you're going to have 20 here, you're going to have 20 there. This one shouldn't have anything during this setup table, the filling of the setup table, because it's going to pick everything is here, 100 is here, and 20 is here. So the very first initial run it's going to be 120 here, right? But then this your 20 is overlapping. So if you move this to this place and this one is already in there, in BW we're going to get 140 is wrong. So it's giving you that warning. So when it says that, look, it contains data to be transferred. Okay? So what do we do? Let's go to LBWQ and see if this thing is there, okay? Again, the last time when we did it, oh wow, we don't have anything here. Okay, another reason why it's telling us that is because when you look in your, here there is no data, right? It says no entry, so we are fine. So it's not here. I thought it was here, it's not here. So, wow, it's not here. So where else do I go? Well, then let's come and check RSA 7. Because it's the same thing. If this 20 records is here in RSA 7, it's going to end up here. All right? So the system is doing a check. It checks this and checks that. There shouldn't be any data. So let's go and just delete the entire data source in our, I wanted to talk to you guys about this, but let's talk about that later. So I'm going to RSA 7, okay? So we're going to look for 2LIS, what, 11. 11 has to be here. That's the reason, there, right there. All right? Whether it's an error, whether it has data, whatever it is, it's right here. It's complaining. This is 2 here. This is not supposed to be here. So you're going to delete it. Okay? You delete, you refresh. Is it there? It's gone, right? All right, so then we go back again. For the heck of it, let's do LBWG, right? We already deleted. We know there is no data in there, but let's just rerun it. Just delete everything. Data gets deleted. Then we go to where again? What's the next? Where do I go to? Anybody?
To OLI 7BW.
OLI 7BW.
Okay, so here, I do my name of run. Okay, I put it in the picture. I come over here, execute in the background. LP01. So this time around, we are not going to get that problem, okay? So I'm going to do a save and see. Background job was scheduled for this program. See that?
Yeah, it was the setup tables had some data in there.
Sorry?
The setup tables had some data in there. That was the problem.
But we actually deleted it.
Nah. When you were saying actually want to check, there was data in there.
Which monitor? Which monitor was that? Alice? You mean RSA 3? I guess we didn't go back to check RSA 3 again. But again, there are a couple of things. You know, you look here, you look there, you look there when you see that complaint. And that is, you know, you go, you know, you check, you make sure that it's not here. If it's here, it will complain. If it's here, it will complain, you know. And if there is data over here as well that is not, you know, deleted, it will also complain. Okay. So those are the places that you check when, you know, you are setting this. And this is actually very interesting and straightforward. So once you have Q delta, you have SAP says, you know, let me just say no downtime. Okay. Let's say minimal or no downtime for your Q delta. All right. Minimal or no downtime. Minimal or no downtime. So that's it. That is what logistics is all about. So I showed you LBWQ. I showed you the job control. You know how to do set up the table. You know how to do initialize. You know what delta is. You know that this job control controls data moving from here to this place when you are dealing with what? Huge delta. When you are dealing with direct delta, it's very much like what you have in this setup, where you only have this table, okay, and of course a setup table over here, okay, it will be a setup table here, but then you don't have a extraction queue, all right, and then when delta is coming, it comes through RSA 7, but you need to stop people putting data into the system when you are doing your initial run. It's a big deal. For you to stop your whole company, for them in putting data in there, and they've hired you, and then you go and try it the first time, and you're like, well, we're going to give you this downtime you need. You say you need 30 minutes, we're going to give you 30 minutes. But we can't afford 30 minutes because we lose $400 million every 30 minutes. So you better get your acts done rightly. Then you go and mess up, and then you couldn't do it well, and you have to restart again. And who are you going to tell to give you another downtime? You got to be smart, consultant, because you are going to be fired. All right? So this is a one-time deal. A one-time deal. There is no learning curve. You got to study this thing. You got to learn it well. So when you go, you do it. This will help you more in your interviews, and I don't think your first job, your second job, you may necessarily be working with it. And if you are, and you can revise this video, and if you have issues, you call me and I can help you out. There is a lot of people that haven't even touched this since they started consulting. Okay, so but you need this for your interview. Like, this is a place where the interview happens. Have you worked with Logistics LO Cockpit? This Logistics Cockpit is the same as LO Cockpit. When someone says LO Cockpit, that's what they mean, okay? LO. So don't call me and tell me, you know, you taught us Logistics Cockpit, but you didn't teach us LO Cockpit. So they'll ask you, give us the process to, you know, load data, you know, or an LO extractor base. How do you load data? Then you start. This is how the setup is. If you're using Q's Delta, which I would recommend, you know, this is how you set up. You fill the setup table. It takes a couple of, you know, hours from my experience, and you wait, you initialize it in DW. During this period, you make sure that your job control is not on. Otherwise, the extraction queue delta that is being picked up will get lost. Okay? Another thing that I haven't said, that even though when you delete this setup table, you also want to make sure that there is no data in this one, extraction queue, when you are setting up this table. This has to be deleted as well. Okay? So LBWQ, so you fill this setup table, you delete the setup table, okay? You delete your extraction queue, okay, which is LBWQ. Very, very important before you fill the setup table. And you have to, between this deletion and this filling, you want to make sure that as soon as you delete, nothing comes in before you fill. So that's where the minimal downtime comes in. You don't want data to be here and then be here. All right, so when we say minimal downtime here, minimal or no downtime, it's your ability to be able to fill this setup table and not have data that is in over here, you know, at the same time. So between here, your deletion of this LBWQ and your filling of this setup table should be done in such a way that this won't have data before you click on the field. So if you want to have two screens where as soon as you delete this and then you click on, execute this, whatever, however way you want to do it. That is where the minimal downtime, which is, in like 2 minutes downtime, whatever, that's basically where it appears. But again, this is as detailed as it gets. It'll be good for you to be able to explain this in interview and get good at it. Not technically. There is nothing technical about this right now, right? Just understanding the process and talking. This is the interview stuff. All right. Hello, Cockpit. Heavy interview. Heavy. If I were you, I will master this. I can master this and not even get into the system, honestly. Just by being able to understand the process and be able to talk. So when they ask you questions, you understand it. It's not about doing it in the system a whole lot. Yes, I recommend you do it in the system, but for interview purposes, you got to master this. Number 2, generic data sources. How do you create it? You've got to master that. Number 3, and generic data sources, generic delta. There is generic delta there as well. We didn't talk about generic delta. Now that you know what delta is, go and add that generic delta to your generic data sources, then you create it. All right? Type in generic delta in Google and you'll find it. It's simple. Number 3, enhancement of data sources. I took you through the whole process. I said you don't need ABAP, you don't need to learn how to do the actual coding because nobody is going to ask you that in an interview. If they ask you that, tell them I said they're not supposed to be asking you that. Yeah, in the interview. If you don't want to be called again, you can say that. But on a serious note, they will not necessarily be asking you about ABAP, but the ability for you to understand, well, when, I had this requirement, I had this scenario, we were given a data source, but the data source didn't really have all of what we actually needed. So we found this Z table or this other table by name ZDRK, and it had contained 3 fields that we actually needed. So what we did was we appended the data source, and after the appending of the data source, to append, just go to RSA6, highlight on it, click on append data source, all of that stuff. You can talk about that in depth. Okay, you can talk about that in depth. And after the append, I added the fields, to that, and then I clicked on save. And then the next thing that I did was to go to, CMOD, transaction CMOD, select the BW project, execute the right function exit, go into the include, and then, there is where you actually write your code. And your code is just nothing to populate the fields that you've added to your extra structure. That's it. You'll be like, wow, whoa. He has been doing this for 20 years. I was interviewing somebody who said he's been doing BW for 20 years. And BW hasn't even been around for 20 years. Anyway. All right. So you do your initialization, initialize the delta, it goes in there. And then the next thing that you want to do, you can schedule your job control. You just say maintain the job control. Okay. All right. Maintain your job control. Maintain your job control in what? Where can you find your job control? All right. And then the 6th will be what? Schedule your delta info package. All right. Now, 5 and 6 can be interchangeable. It doesn't. You can schedule your delta info package first. It will not have data, and then you can put in your whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. 5 can be number 6. Number 6 can be number 5. But 1, 2, 3, 4 has to be in that order.
Can you go back to that one again? Let me see.
I'm sorry.
The slide 8. No, the slide 8. Can you go back to it?
Yes, sir.
When you say maintain the job control for number 5.
Yes, sir.
That's what the scheduling of the job or?
Yeah, maintain schedule, right? Maintain.
Yeah, then that's true. But then that means you need to do your info package first, though, right? You need to initialize it first before you do the job. Otherwise, it won't go anywhere. Right?
Well, not necessarily, right? I mean, tell me, if you, as soon as once you have your initialization, once you initialize.
Okay, I see 4 and 5. Sorry, I was mistaking 4 for 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
you already initialized your delta, so yeah, that's key. Okay, yeah.
All right. So maintain / schedule the job control, and I think we show them the maintain. Where is it? Let's go back to LBW. So here, this is the job control. You just click on it. You see, it says it's not maintained. That's what I'm saying. That you can maintain it. Get a start date and put your time, and then go to period and say, well, I want to be loading it every hour. Or if you say other period, you can say, well, I want it in hours. You can say every 2 hours, okay, or every 4 hours. I mean, whatever. You can decide to do it every 2 hours if you want to. Every 2 hours, data gets sent to RSA7 from LBWQ. All right? That's all this means. All right? So, right now, I don't want to do it because we haven't done our initialization. So if I do it, and then the deltas go into RSA7, it's going to get lost, right? It's going to get lost. So we have to do our initialization first. Then we'll come back and either do this first or we do our delta first, whatever. All right? Do 5 first or do 6 first, whatever.
Where's the full load?
Sorry?
Yeah, where's the full load, right? The full load should definitely go before the delta, right? So full schedule, just to make a distinction on that.
He said the full load should come before the delta. Well, I'm just assuming that, we are just doing the initialization. Let's say we have, of course we have to chunk up the data and all of that, but, let's talk about that in a maintenance class.
Okay.
But you have your initialization, you initialize, and then the next thing you do is, you have your delta. Where is delta? This is initialize. Schedule your delta right there.
Yeah, schedule your delta.
Let me put the passwords over here, all right?
In this case, it will be initialization with data.
Yeah, initialize, with data.
Come on, guys, you need to ask these questions.
It deletes extraction queue, you have your setup table, you have your extraction queue. Man, this class today, you guys are scaring me, man. I have a feeling that when someone gets me, they will not. Yeah, Linda.
Yeah, I have a question.
What do you say?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm not a say it.
Oh, you never know, these days. So. All right, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. on the when filling the setup table, as we were saying, we can set up a date to terminate it. If let's say you have so many fields that is going to take longer than the time of termination that you've allocated, is there a way where you can do maybe 2 different schedules to do the setup? I mean, maybe separate the information into 2 so that you do 2 separate setup.
Alex, you want to take that? You understand what she's saying? She's asking that, let's say you have a lot of data that is in the system, and you want to, let's say you have company code A, company code B. Instead of loading all company code A and B together, because it's a lot of data, you decide that, you know what, let me just do a setup table for company code A today. And then once it's done, I initialize, and then I do company code B, and then once it's done, I initialize. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Linda, yes.
Well, it depends, right? It depends on the kind of selection you have when you are filling the setup tables. Each job has a different selection. Some of them may have document numbers, or some of them may have date, right? When you run the...
Yeah. So what she's saying is whether it's like document numbers instead of...
So if...
Linda, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, so if it has document number, is it possible that you can divide the document separate, do like document number 1 to 10, document number 11 to 20, like that?
Is it possible? Oh, yes. It's risky, depending on if there's a document number selection on that side. It's very risky because you have to be very careful on how you run everything.
Linda, what I would recommend is fill the setup table, and then you can start with your info packages on your full loads before you do your delta. You can actually do what? You can do full load, and then you initialize without data, right? So your full load, you can say, well, let me load only company A, company B, company C, company D. That's full, and then you can initialize without delta. That means that you are saying that, hey, I recognize that I have all this data that has come into the system because I did a full load, right? So I don't want to have any data coming in here again, right? And so full load, from company A, full load for company B, and then initialize, no data, and then the delta will pick up whatever is coming here. You can correct me over here if there is anything you want.
Yeah, because I thought she was asking more on the setup side, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she's asking more on the setup. So that's why I said it's a recommendation that for this one here, go ahead and do all the setup, over here. But to answer your question technically, let me go there. So you have, let's go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying right there, right? There was company code also there since we were using the company code example. Right here, yeah. Company code. So you can control it here, but you have to be very careful, like you said. It's not recommended, but it can be done.
So when you put company code 1 over here and then you run it, it's only this company code 1 that you are going to get.
And then when you do your delta, you have to also make sure your delta is also loading just that company code. When you initialize your delta, it has to be initialized based on this selection here. Otherwise, you're going to have the other ones coming in as well from the delta.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I wouldn't recommend this. Blow it out all open. You know, fill everything up here, push everything over here, and then deal with it. What the heck? Why would I be fired over trying to be all complicated? Push everything, give it to them, and get up and go to your hotel room. Get you some nice, you know, if they are paying your expenses, you know, just eat as much as you can and
Order room service.
Order room service, man. Order room service. Get in the tab.
Room service is not good.
It depends on the hotel, though.
They just charge you extra.
We're not talking about cheap hotels here.
Well, I guess.
They charge you extra, but you don't pay for that, right?
No.
You don't pay for that. You're like, look, guys, I work hard, so just let me enjoy it.
Give yourself a treat. Now, these setup tables, they take a long time. We're not exaggerating. Typically at work, anywhere from 24 to 72 hours, depending on how much data is in there.
So while it's loading, what would you guys be doing? Just nothing?
Actually, I go on YouTube and I watch some movies.
Oh, okay.
It depends, right?
Just don't get caught.
So then what would you be, I mean, if you're doing that, there will be other things for you to do, right?
There is always other things for you to do.
Okay. Because you guys make it seem like...
It's not that bad. It's not like you are some killer. You are not at the teller machine or, you know, catering to people bringing in cash or whatever from the bank.
No, I don't mean that. I mean the way you guys make it seem is like you just sit down and relax and it's so easy just watching the computer to let the thing, you know.
Absolutely.
I guess maybe you guys are used to it, so.
That's what you do.
Okay.
What, I should tell you, oh man, pray that nothing goes wrong, and if it goes wrong, you are in trouble, you're going to get fired and stuff? Nah.
Well, Everson said that a couple of times, so I guess.
You just press the button and, you know, go chill.
It's supposed to be fun, you know?
See, after you guys have studied this and practiced, then, you know basically all the little nitty-gritty parts of it. And it becomes really simple. You just hit the button and go find something else to do. Right? And every now and then you check up on it, make sure it's still running. So, it's fun. It's always fun when everything goes according to plan. So I can ask questions, right? Do you guys understand this?
We are trying to digest it.
Trying to digest this.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a simple question.
Very simple.
So I'm looking at the logistic data source, right? I go in there, I go into RSA3, I do the extractor checker, I get 0 records. What does that mean? Or what could be the possibilities?
That you haven't finished the which one? Setup table is not probably complete yet.
Now, once you start filling it, you see data if you go to RSA3.
Meaning you've not filled your setup table. You've not started filling, you know.
Okay, so that could be the case. What if I filled up my setup table?
You've not initialized.
Now, in RSA3, they have nothing to do with initialization, right?
Okay, yeah.
It means somebody deleted it.
Somebody deleted it. Now you just filled it up, right? Nobody has deleted it, so.
I mean, if it's if it's not there, you will have to do the setup again, fill it again.
Yeah, you just finished filling up the setup table when there's no data.
Maybe something went wrong, so you have to check it and do it again.
You guys are really thinking hard. What if there's no data to begin with?
But that's not what you said. You just said, what if there's data in the, the setup table?
No. All I said is you fill the setup.
Because even before you do the, Alice, even before you fill the setup table, you have to know, the fields you are going to use, right?
No, not the fields. I'm just saying, right? You just fill the setup table and you went to RSA3. There was nothing there.
I mean, Lola went and deleted the setup table.
All right,
but RSA3 is an extraction, and how do you, that means before you even extracted, there was no data, right?
Yeah, before you run the setup table, there was no data right in there. I'm just playing with you guys, man. I'm just trying to make sure you guys are actually thinking, understanding what it means. When you fill in the setup table, it's taking the data from what? The original tables, right?
Right.
Okay, so if there's no data in the original tables, and you fill out the setup tables, what happens?
But see, you confused us. When Linda answered the question, so what if there's data?
Exactly. And one thing is, like Evans was saying, if you don't know how many records you are going to be having, so you always have to so you always want to make sure the tables that you are using, have data in there.
Good. You guys are paying attention. I'm impressed. The rest of the guys, man, it just seems like the ladies are talking. What happened to the...
I know, right?
Maybe we need to ask another question, right? Let me ask you guys this. So, you feel that I've not done anything on the BW side, okay? Nothing has been done on the BW side. If you fill up your setup tables, and then you schedule the job to be running, and you've not done anything on the BW side, what's the problem here? What problem are you going to have? And these are the guys.
Well, you're going to lose your data, the additional data, the updates that are done, because you've not initialized your delta. So any additional data that is coming in will be lost. It wouldn't hit RSA7, the delta queue.
See, the guys are doing good too. Evans, I think they got it, man.
They got it, man. They got it.
You guys make it sound rosy. They got it, man. They got it, man.
Really, that's what it is. Come on, look. Listen, this is BW. Now if something goes wrong, that's a different story, right? But this is really it. If you're trying to load logistics, this is it. This is what you need to get data from BW.
Have us hired in the company that you work for, and then we'll see. And I'm talking about Ellis.
You're talking about who, me?
Yeah. Have us hired in the company you work for, and then we'll go from there.
Sure.
Lola, that was his next question. He was going to say, I'm going to hire...
work?
Right, I'm going to tell you something that I really believe. I'm going to tell you more than 80%, okay, important that are experienced, that have a number of years, actual years that they are working. At least 80% of them do not know this level of detail of logistics cockpit.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and I'm saying this because you go to a client side and they will tell you that, well, even with Q Delta, for logistics, you need downtime. You tell them, no, you don't need downtime. Yes, you need downtime. Experienced people, and sometimes, SAP says, yeah, you need downtime. Well, the reason why you need downtime for Q Delta is that period. You see here, I said you are deleting your extraction queue and you are filling. So perhaps by the time that you delete this, while you are filling this, something gets inside of this, and you don't want that, right? That's why you deleted it in the first place. So the ability, if you can maneuver deleting this and filling this immediately where no data has hit this place, resolves that whole problem of you need downtime for Q delta. And you can argue that, look, guys, I can do it. And that they will tell you, no, that's not bad. You see, if they tell you that, you'd be like, well, that's what everyone says. But you are not going to be able to explain at this level of detail, because for me, if somebody challenges me, I would throw it on the board for them to see every single detail, because they don't know it. All they know is, oh yeah, you do this and you do that, but they do not know this level of detail. It's amazing. And I've had several people, you know, that have gone on the job, and they come with all these stories. That, man, these guys don't know this, you know. They rely on me to do this and that and that. And somebody asks me, how do you know all of this? You know, this is a direct quote from one of the guys who is working now. So you guys are learning some pretty, you know, deep stuff over here. This is not for kids. What we are doing is not for kids, really, really.
This is years of blood and sweat. You know how we found out? So anyway, good. What's next?
More questions.
Okay, more answers.
Okay, start.
So if you load in data to a DSO, right? And you have some overlap in your records. Some of the records that are in your setup tables are also in your extraction queue, delta queue. If you load into a DSO with overwrite, what does that mean?
I know you have to go in and tell it to take only the new ones that are coming in, and I will look for the right word to tell you.
I'm just trying to jog you guys' memory, man. But everybody went quiet. Know your targets very well, okay? That's what I'm trying to get to. Know your target. If your target is a DSO or a queue.
Mm-hmm.
Know it very well. Know what the properties of a DSOs are and a queue. Okay. Anyway, Ivan, do we continue or?
Guys, do we continue? Do we talk about something else interesting?
You guys are, they've taken up all my weekends since as far back as I can remember.
It was just half of a Saturday. You'll be all right.
Especially Lola, she took up all the weekends.
What? You complain only about weekends? Ask Evans. Last week is the only week I didn't. This week is the only week I didn't bother him. You just complain about 5 hours on a Saturday?
Yeah, but 5 hours of Lola is like a whole month.
Really? And you don't even say anything for the whole 5 hours. You just do 2 hours. Like now, I was timing you. It's just been only an hour. You know, Evans has about 1,500 of hours from me.
I'm straight to the point. You know, but I think you guys do understand this, though. Evans did a good job. See? So, the rest of you, man, it's like...
Is it possible that we can get some scenarios so that we can be like trying to solve them?
What do you mean scenarios?
I mean, like when you go to the real job field, some of the scenarios, I mean.
We'll come to that, Linda. That will be like the last thing for practical purposes. But you see, this case now is very critical. The DSO that I talked about is very critical. You guys need to know it. This logistics cockpit is very critical. You have to know it for your interviews, especially, because you need to get the job, right? All right, and I know you guys are working in the system. That is for you to be able to maintain your job. To be able to get a job, you need to be able to talk the jargon, speak well. You need that. Okay. I told you anything that has to do with data sources and enhancements and the scenarios. What if you were given two tables, you don't have a data source? What if you're given a data source? You know, all of that stuff. You know. So it's key. Can we move on? Can we do something else? Yes.
Yes.
Right. So I'm going to start a new topic. Did we do system landscape?
That was part of the assignment. You just talked about it, not really into I don't know if that was the detail, but remember when you gave us that assignment about the system ASAP methodology?
But did we talk about it in class?
Uh-huh.
We did talk about it in detail in class, right?
I don't know if that was detailed.
No, you said you would treat it another time.
Yeah.
System landscape? Are you kidding me?
If that was all, I mean, what we're saying is if that was all that was on there, then that's it. We discussed it. But if there's anything else.
What do you remember about system landscape that we did in the class? What exactly did I do in the class?
Evans, you explained it, the 3-tier for the system landscape, the development, consolidation, and the production environment.
And we have a PowerPoint to back that, right?
Yes, you did. Yeah, yes. You did that.
Okay, so that is as detailed as it gets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we've done that. What about transports?
No.
No?
No.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't talked about transports at all. Request?
No.
Did we ever talk about request?
You asked us to go watch a video.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. That's good. So we have about, we probably have about 2 more weeks to actually end the sessions from a technical standpoint. And then perhaps, the 3rd week we'll just talk. I can tell you stuff to do, and all of that stuff, right? And I'm thinking, do we, Ken, you there? Ken and Abigail are the only folks that are out of town. I wanted us to do a little get-together, towards the end. So we actually physically meet up and, Lola will make us some food and Linda will do whatever, the drinks and everything, Linda will bring it, right? And then we'll just eat and drink and just forget it.
No problem.
You guys wanted to, plan something like that? I think you'll be.
Hello? You guys hear me?
Oh, can. Yeah, I'm saying that you're out of town. That we're trying to do something like that. So if we finalize that, you know, and the time will permit you and all of that, and you would want to come, you're more than welcome to come. I think
Set it up in advance, and I'll fly right down to Houston.
You see, that would be excellent. So we just planned something for ourselves, you know, get a little hotel, get a little some music going on, and just conversation, chit chat, and all that. Right? You guys wanted to plan that? Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Okay. So we'll you know, brainstorm about that, and then, you know, we'll see exactly what the venue is and what, you know, the details of that is going to be like. Okay. I'll get back with you guys on that.
Hold on.
so
Okay.
Evans, that should be like in August, right?
That is correct.
Okay, good.
That is correct. Okay. Now, when you guys built, let me give an example here. Why has this thing changed on me? Hey, Alice. What happened to my...
Yeah, what's up?
What happened to my drawing board?
Go to home. Is that one on your shapes or?
Hey, what happened?
Either home or design, I think. See what's on the design. Insert design. Or you are using which one? This is 2007 or 2010?
This is, I think, 2007. But I was using that, right? What happened? Hey, what did the girls do to my stuff?
What's under insert? Yeah.
Well, here they are. Anyways. So, we talked about, let's say this is a cube, right? This is an info cube. How do you load data into this info cube? What do you need?
You need your data source,
Okay.
an info package.
Okay, so in terms of scheduling, right? You have your data source and all of that stuff. In terms of scheduling, whenever you have to deal with pushing data, what are the elements that you use?
The info package and the DTP.
Thank you, man. This is crisp. I like simple, straightforward answers like that. Info package and DTP. That's all I want. Okay. So this is your info package. This is your info package. Or rather your DTP. Okay. This is your DTP. This is your data source. Data sources. And so this over here allows you to send data to the target, right? You all agree with John?
Yeah.
And then what is this over here?
The info package.
This is your info package, right? Let me just do it for short. This is info package. That's what we need, right? Okay. Now, if this info package has delta, right? I want to be loading data every day into this system. What info package do I need and what DTP do I need for my everyday loads? For the extractors that are Delta enabled. Remember that we have info packages that are what? They are either initialization, they are either full, or they are either Delta, right? So from that standpoint, I'm trying to ask a question that what will I need?
Oh, you need a Delta update info queue.
Thank you. So you're saying that, you have Delta, you have initialize Delta, and you have full. Okay? So that means that your info packages that you have can either be a Delta info package, an initialize of Delta info package, or a full info package. Do you all understand that? Do you all understand that or no? No? Alice, can you help me out? Because it looks like nobody is minding me.
On which one? The
I'm asking a question, and the question that I'm asking is, do you guys agree with me that the Delta, the initialization of Delta and full are going to be the choices when it comes to an info package? Let's take an info package and then a DTP as an example.
Yes.
That means that whatever info package that you have, it's either full or initial or Delta. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't go well with this, so that's why I'm asking. Okay, so Linda, let's go into the system and then let's go and pick up one of the stuff that you've done that you load data, okay?
oh, you type in description?
Oh, man.
Yeah, 09.
All right. So, Linda, can you give me one of your the data source? Where is Linda? Linda's VBAK, VBAP, VBAC.
Hello.
Yes. Sales queue. D0, I see, okay. All right, so say for example, we have this, right? Do you have data here? Okay, so.
Yes, I should.
Okay, all right, so you have this queue, you have this DTP, right?
Yes.
You have this DTP. This DTP is for this queue, right? So every day, if you have to load data using this DTP will have to be what? It will have to be Delta, right? So this DTP is Delta enabled, right? Okay. So your DTP is, let's put your DTP over here. Okay, this is your DTP right here, right? That's the name, right?
Right.
Okay. And it is what? It's Delta. So you agree with me that you want to load on daily basis, it's going to be just picking up the data that is there, the Delta and everything, right? Anything that is new, it compares, what is in the queue and then where it's coming from, and then it gives you, the change or whatever, right? The new records that is coming in. Okay. What about the next one, as John rightly said, this info package? How do we know whether this is Delta or full or whatever? How do we know?
You go to update, and that will tell you.
To update.
Very good. You go to update mode. So what is this here?
Full update.
Full update.
So this is full. Oh, this is flash file?
Yes.
What do you do with flash files anymore? Anybody has something?
The EKPO.
Okay, then you have to do
EKPO,
the VBAP, the EKPO. Those ones were in flat files.
Right.
But I need Delta enabled.
The VBAP and EKPOQ.
VBAK and EKP, where is it? But is this Delta enabled? Is this Delta enabled? No.
I am not sure.
Because it's a generic data source, right?
Yes.
So why don't you go and make the generic data source Delta enabled?
Is it actually?
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Pick up, go to Google, you find a PDF, use that. You guys need to start. It's a part of the, I don't want to tell you everything, right? I don't want to tell you everything. RSO, RSO2, I don't even know anymore. If you do a change here, you see that you can actually create your own generic delta. If you create your own generic delta over here, based on whatever the timestamp is and then what the field is that you want to use. I haven't looked in here. You have a numeric pointer, you have timestamp, UTC, calendar day. Let's say, you want to track changes based on calendar day or based on, let's say, document number, So document number 1, 2, 3 came in, and the next one is, it's going to be 4. So you use the numeric pointer. You have calendar day, or you have timestamp. do you want to track over here? How do you want to track it? If it is timestamp, you have time here. There's no time over here. It says item number of purchasing document. So this is purchase document item change date. Okay, so let's say I use this AE that, and I'm saying that it should be, whether it's a change or new records, whatever, right? I have my safety limit.
Even the date, won't it be the calendar date? You have timestamp.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Is it not date? Well, time. Well, yeah. Okay. So just for the heck of it, I just select this. And then what I need to do is replicate again and all of that stuff, right? And it's going to be what? It's going to become Delta enabled this time around. Okay. It's successful. So I'm going to go into this place here. Hopefully I can do a replication here. So if I say create a new info package, let me see if, it's going to give me the option. It wasn't there earlier on. Earlier on, it was only full, right? Let me see if there are new updates. See? Right? So I can have an initialization and everything over here. I just did it very quickly. But go and find out how you can do Delta and understand that generic Delta process very well. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Now, what I'm looking for is one of the exercises on business content that you guys did. So let's take, for example, who did FIGL 10 as an example? Anybody did FIGL, FIAR? Who did AR?
I think Ben did FI. I'm not sure which one.
It has Delta, right? So it says that this is Delta and FIAR1 to this queue. Look at that. You guys, what is this? You've not even finished it. Oh goodness. Look at that. What is this? All right. Somebody give me something else. Did anybody do, I don't think anybody
HR. HR.
HR, are you okay? Is everything good on your end?
Yeah, learning solutions apparel. Yeah.
Okay, which one? Training management?
Both of them up there. The resource reservation, I did both of them.
So let's do resource reservation. See, that's what I'm talking about. When I see this, I get excited. This is a full update, so they actually have you for full on that one.
So this one too, I can go and change the to generic Delta.
But you didn't create this Delta, this data source.
No.
This data source is a generic data source. So how can you change it?
Okay.
Right?
But Evans, you don't have Delta on every data source, correct? I thought you said
Yes,
the Delta was data source specific.
Yes, that is correct. Yes, I'm going somewhere, so I wanted to show you guys what actually happens as far as Delta is concerned.
Okay.
Okay, but for the most part, you will be having Deltas for the most part. Okay, all your SD and all of that stuff should be able to should have that.
Evans, activity-based controlling has, well, I did it and it had a Delta thing.
Activity-based controlling?
Yeah, if you go to controlling.
Hold on 1 second for me, okay? I just want to check this sales overview and then we'll work on yours.
All right.
Okay, so this is an example of something that will have, this is not initialized, right? This is sales overview. Oh, yeah, this is a good one because remember what we did? This is sales. What is the data source for it? It's 13. Where is SD?
SD 11.
11.
Yeah, that was, no, go up. The one we were doing is up there. After the one, come down. After the one that you've highlighted, the second one after the one you've highlighted. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not picking it up because you see, it's not. I've seen it, but it's.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah, it's still in the 3x.
Right, it's not migrated, so I don't want to deal with that. Oh man, okay. So this is the one that we saw was billing. Somebody did this. Student 13. Who is student 13? Pastor Lamte?
I think that's Pastor.
I think it was Pastor Lamte.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Hello, Pastor.
This is very good. It's very good. So let's see if we can go and first of all, I'm just going to check in RSA. I want to check here and see if it has data. Okay, if it has data, we'll just take it like that. Come on, give us some data. Okay, so we have some data. All right. So what we are doing here is, if we do an initialization of Delta, and we do, with the data transfer, we want to be able to do what? Load it, right? And so I'm going to do a schedule, and I'm going to do a data load for this, okay? Now, when I do this, the next one that I'm going to create will be what? Why am I creating a DTP? Did I create a DTP or no? Oh. Okay. Control V, and I'm going to call this what? Delta, right? Okay. So you call this Delta init. I'm going to call the other one. So this update here, I'm going to schedule it. Obviously, there's no data that is sent anywhere, so yes, there's no data. So, okay, so we did a schedule. Let's monitor it. See, sometimes you get this, right? No data selected. What do you do with that? When you get this, what do you do? Nothing. What do you do? Anybody? Am I on the right one? Okay, there we go. So we have data that is coming in, right? So we're going to continue to get this data until everything gets loaded. Okay. Once this data gets loaded, we have an info package that is Delta. This one here, I'm calling Delta. Control C. What happens tomorrow and the next day and everything else? What happens to that? Is the delta we are going to be interested in, right? Initialization, we just did it once, right? But this delta here, we are going to need it. Not so. So that is 2LIS underscore, is it 13? Underscore what? VD item.
VDITM.
Okay. So this is the info package for it. What is the DTP? Okay, so we don't have a DTP for it, so we just create one, right? Schedules, straight up. We just create a first one. All right, so this one here we are saying it should be delta, right? So we're going to activate it. You see, when you look at this DTP, it will only contain delta and full. Why? It contains delta and full because when you do your first delta, even though it says delta, it considers it as initialization for the first, and it still uses the same DTP for the delta, okay? So this is delta. So we have this here, all right? This is Control C. All right, so this is the name of the delta. So there are two. So if I give this to you and I say, well, I'm giving you these two things, load info package delta for me, load DTP delta for me into the queue. Every day I want you to perform the same task. I don't want to come and be clicking and doing this manually. I just give it to you. I assign you. I said every morning do this for me. How are we going to do this? That brings us to the topic
do we
of
process chain?
Sorry, say that again.
Do we have to create a process chain to do it automatically for us?
Yes, sir. So the process chain becomes your main servant who you send. You give them instruction, and then it does it every day for you. Okay. So a process chain is nothing but a utility to schedule batch jobs. What is a batch job? We're talking about background jobs, scheduled in the background. It goes in the background. Okay? So process chain is nothing but a utility in BI to schedule your batch jobs for you. And they ask you, tell them that is the definition that I gave you. All right. So I'm going to open a new session, and this brings us to the new topic that I wanted to talk about. And the new topic is nothing but process chain. So today we're starting on process chain. Next week we're going to end it, and that will be it. Okay, so a utility, so utility to schedule batch jobs. All right, that is your process chain. So in your process chain, what you're going to do is you are going to create something, and you're going to say, well, I want to create this. Let this be a start for me. So when you click on it, when you say start, you say, hey, well, whatever that I'm creating, whenever you say start, I want you to start loading, you know, this info package and then this DTP. So once you are done with with that, that's basically all that I'm looking for, right? So the first is so based on what we talked about over here, what should be the first thing here? If we want to be doing this every day, to be picking up these new records from here, right? What are we supposed to be doing? Do we load this first or we load this first? Which one? How does it go? If you're to give someone instructions,
we do the info pack.
So you're going to say, load the info package, and when it's done, and then you load what? The DTP, right? So here you're going to say, load info package, right? Or schedule info package or whatever, right? And then once you are done, it knows that the info package that you're loading is going to a queue, okay? Because of the name of the info package. So you load this, and then the next thing that you do is what? Load from, let me just say, load from ESA, okay? Load from PSA, and it's the reason of DTP. That DTP is already doing that. It's already loading from, so this one will be load to ESA, all right? And that is your what? That's your info package. That info package also has a particular name that we're going to put over there, right? And this is your almighty button that you're going to do what? You're going to press. And when you press it, it means that, buddy, I want you to start. All right? So, I mean, I can do it this way, and I can show you another way, for just from a presentation standpoint. Okay, so this is the PSA, and then this is a queue. Okay, but these are the loads that we are going to be loading, basically. And then once you've done this, then you want to say, well, this is how I want it. So from here, I want you to go this way. Okay, go this way. Oh, come on. If it is successful, if this is successful, then continue. You can also say, well, whether it's successful or not, continue. All right, so that one is going to be up to you to use your discretion. If there is a dependency, then you only say that, well, continue only if it is, it does what it ought to do. Look, let me take this crap off. It's giving me the crips. All right, so we do this. And then from here, you do this, okay? Right? That's what a process chain is all about. Just for you to be able to load data and for you to do all kinds of stuff. So this is a very basic one, and we will create that, and then we'll be done, all right? So the transaction to create a process chain is transaction, what? RSPC, all right? RSPC. So this is where you create a process chain. I'm going to create my process chain, which is going to be the whole of this thing here. I'm calling a process chain. And this, oh, you know something? Oh, that's what it is. All right, guys, just hold on 1 second for me. Let me save this somewhere. Yeah, it's session 1. I think I just got too used to this PowerPoint. Oh no, it's still 2007 I have. Oh well. I had both of them on my system, so anyway, so we go down, let's continue. So this is basically what we do. So we come up over here to RSPC. The first thing you do is you want to create a process chain, okay? So we're saying what? Sales overview, right? Sales overview process chain. They cannot be spaces, so you have to do something like V sales underscore, let's say, V sales underscore what? VDITM, right? The sales VD item from that data source, right? So I just give the process chain that name, and I say continue. Okay. It says that you want to create a start. What is this start that you want to create? You want to create this over here, so give it a name, create it. So I'm going to go to create because I don't have it. I haven't created anything there. I go to create, okay? So I just say, start. I just say, start. For the sake of the class, let's start sales PC or something like that. All right. Okay. From here, you've created this, right? You've created this. It means that you can go inside and then do what? You're familiar with this, where you have the dates and all of that, right? That is a start. That allows you to create a job and all of that. You saw this in the other place. This is the scheduling, the job. This is what is going to let the data. Well, I want you to load every day. Then you select daily. All right. This is where you do that. So I pick up daily, and I say start from, let's say, from today. Right. Start from today. Beginning, whatever. All right. Okay, and then I do save. You don't even have to go inside here. If I were you, I would not even go to where I went to. Just create your start variant, come over here, and then just do what? Save. That's all. Okay, and then go back. Just go back once, like that. You see here, it picked up the name, the technical name, because we call it start, and then the description that you named it. It's done. So just do what? Continue. So you have this start over here. Now I'm going to change this view because I don't like the way this is going to go. So I'm going to change it to network display, all right? Which is going to be like this. So we have our first start, okay? What do we need? What is the next thing, guys? Talk to me. don't you think we need to find a way where we can pick up? There are too many. Extractor checker. I need to close some of these. All right. Which one did we pick up? Is it not this here? This one here is a unique process, DTP, right? And then this, where is that again? This over here is a unique what? Info package. So the system automatically knows what those ones are because you created them and you probably know what your deal is. So you come over here, go to process types. Look at this. A lot of fun stuff, right? Okay. Then you will go to load process and put drop down here and look for your info package. What are you looking for? Info package. Drag and drop. Drag and drop here. Then it says, okay, what info package are you looking for? The info packages, all the info packages are here. So do a find. Okay. What is our info package we're looking for? What is it called? That's the technical name, right? You put it here, and then you find it. That's it right there. That's it right there. It came over here, right? There. Okay? You see how interesting it is? This info package that I picked up from here, it knows that this info package is connected to this data source. And it knows that this data source has a DTP here. And it knows that this is the particular DTP. So once you can pick up something from here, it's able to pick up the rest of it going up. That's what it did for us here. And this is because there is a little setting over here called default chain. All right? Expert mode. I don't know why it's kind of, this is expert mode. Expert mode means that, hey, you know, suggest everything else that is related to this info package. That means that this info package loads into a PSA, and then from the PSA, there is another process. There is a DTP that picks it up and sends it somewhere. So just look in the system and tell me all of that. So the system will automatically find you every DTP that is associated with this info package that you've picked up. If you don't want it and you want to pick it up by yourself, then you're going to click on this. Okay? So let me select this and then let's do it again. So let me delete this process. Where is delete? Remove process.
Is it going to be remove process?
Yes, remove process, okay? So let me go and pick up that same info package again. This time around, remember what I did. I checked that stuff. So it will only give me this. And if I highlight and I bring it there, only that one came. You see that? It couldn't find anything else because I decided that that's what I wanted. Okay? So if you are checked default chains here and you uncheck this expert mode, it will automatically give you the DTP, which is simple, right? But I didn't check that. So let's go and look for our DTP. This one here says DTP, right? So we bring this DTP here. And then we go down. There is a lot of DTPs here. So we have to find our DTP. What is it called? Control C, Control V. Hey, Alice. What happened? What happened? No,
Yeah,
no,
which
no.
one?
I didn't. Wait, hold on. I think I didn't get the right.
Yeah, Evans, I mean, you're using the old one. The right one should be, is it?
Oh, really? Where is the?
It's
Can you
13.
come here in the DTP? You selected that.
Yeah, you selected that. Yeah, the technical.
Yeah, right?
Right.
So let me take this off so we don't get anybody confused. So it's DTP, starts with DTP even. All right, so we go in here. And then we do Control V. And this is what we found, right? And there it is. Okay? Remember when we did expert mode again, it automatically gave us this and that. So now we have 1, 2, 3, which is the same thing as what we have here, except that we've not connected them. So I'm going to move this, just click, drag and drop, just like you do in your transformations. All right? That's an info package. And then from here, I'm going to drag and drop here too. Look at the action that came there. It's saying that, well, do you want me to load from the PSA to the queue, even if the PSA data coming in fails, if there is an error? Do you want me to load that? Do you want me to load only when it's successful, or it doesn't matter? Whether this is successful or not, load it. Then you check this one. But if you say only load to my queue, if the data comes into the PSA successfully, then you're going to check this. So which one should I check?
Successful. Only when it's successful.
Okay. Now, let me say something. Let me ask you, something based on successful and not successful. Let me ask you a quick question on that right now, okay? So, Lola has a cube that she is loading. That cube is not dependent on anybody's, okay? And then if you also has a queue, but for some reason they decided to, just use one variant, right? For some reason, they decided to just use one variant, start variant. And then they decided, well, let's now if these are not dependent, Lawless cube and HUS cube are not dependent, but they decided that, you know what, load Lawless cube first and then load HUS cube, right? Here, what kind of action are you going to use for it? You understand my question? What are you going to pick over here?
Always?
Why are you going to pick always? Tell me. Why? Come on, guys. I have 10 minutes. Then I'm done.
Yeah, you pick always because FOS cube does not depend on Lolis. So even if Lolis load is not successful, FOS might be successful and it's still going to push the data into FOS cube.
Okay. So it's so what you're saying is Lolis cube is not dependent, or its cube is not dependent on Lolis. So quite frankly, Itua doesn't care if Lolis cube gets loaded well or not. All she wants is she also wants her data to be loaded. But we scheduled it in such a way that someone should go first before the other. So if you are going and you fail, it doesn't mean that I cannot continue. You understand that? So this scenario is different from this scenario because this guy here is dependent on this guy, right? So instead of the scenario A, you say successful because you want it to be like this, right? When this is successful, then continue. If it's not successful, there will be a problem here and you're going to let me know and then whatever, right? All right, so we are done. So once you are done, what do? You save and then you activate. All right, you've activated it. Once you've activated this, you can now double click inside here. Remember what I told you? I said you didn't have to do that initially. Then you can come in here and do whatever you want to do. Now let me go to the back and check something very quickly. Oh, actually, this one was loading, right? The initialization was loading at the time. Let's see. It's done. 612,289. It's gone in the PSA successfully. So right now, I want to make sure that this here is actually Delta. I called it Delta, but I don't think I changed it. Because at that time, the initialization wasn't done. Okay, so just change it to Delta here. All right, and then do a save so that it's Delta. So now this info package, it's actually Delta. This one here is Delta, right? Okay. Let's go into the queue and tell me, is there any data in the queue right now? No data. All right? So what we are going to do is, when we load this, it is going to attempt to load Delta in ECC, right? And if it's 0, this GTP will come and pick up everything that is in this PSA, including the initialization, and then send it to the queue. Okay? So how do we do that? We are going to do this here. Okay? Let's say we want to schedule for it to start running at, it's 11:54 now. Let's schedule it to run at 11:49. Oh, what am I thinking? 59. Okay? That's when it's going to run. All right. This is when it starts. What is our periodic? We want it to run daily, every day at 11:59. That's what it means. Okay? All right? I'm going to do what? Save. Alex, did I miss anything there? No? All right. So then I'm going to come over here, and then I'm going to do schedule. Okay? Schedule, let's just use the default. All right? Okay. So right now, when it gets to 11:59, this thing is supposed to start. It's supposed to start. Okay? So let's see what happens. There is a couple of ways that you can monitor a lot of process chains together, and you go to transaction called transaction RSPCM. The M is for monitoring. So there is nothing here, right? But when it gets
RSMON.
right?
Oh, I was saying in the BI7 now, they are recommending using RSMON now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So there's a central monitoring place now, so.
Yeah, so RSMON, but it's still going to be the same thing, right? You're still going to, where will be the process change? It's going to come here. Yeah, but you see, you're going to have a lot of process chains over here. Then you have to double click each and every one of them for you to actually see it. Ellis, am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. So for now, I'm just still going to do my RSPCM, because if I have 20, I want to see the 20 and I want to see the action happening like immediately, right? So when 59 happens, let's see what comes. So we're going to monitor this, and we're going to monitor this one as well, all right? This one here, we can check the logs. If you go to log, it will tell you where the action is. And I want you to pay attention, because the colors will change depending on where the action is. The colors will change. 57. Let me change my battery, or rather plug it. Wow, I've been talking on a cell phone, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been a drop call. I hate AT&T. I wanted to start a new website called IHateAT&T.com, because I get too many drop calls. So if you work over there, then tell them that's what I'm trying to do. They need to change their ways. Is it 59 yet?
No.
Oh, it's 59 now. I hope I scheduled it right. It's released, but it hasn't started yet. Okay. It's released, which means that it's going to work. So whenever you see this BI process trigger, you should be able to know what it is. So it's 28. It starts at 28, right? So it should have started almost by now.
Oh, delay seconds.
Sorry? Yes, there we go. So you
No,
see,
I'm saying it started working now.
oh, it started working? Well, it's still not here. Why is this so? Was NRSPCM. Oh, really? Okay, well, we'll come back to that. I don't have time right now. So right now, for you to see whatever is going on, you click on log here, okay? And click today and then continue. See, where is the action now? Can somebody tell me? This thing is moving very fast. So where is the action?
It should be in the DTP, right? It's pushing it into the queue.
Do you see the change? No, it actually started here. This is the full. Look at this. Look at this here. It's like half is white, half is blue. You see that?
Right.
Look at this one here. This one became full. It's completely done, right? This one is completely done. Right. But where the option is yellow. Look at this here. This is green. So by the time this is complete, if I do a refresh again, this whole thing is going to be green, and this here is going to be whatever. And the reason why this completed very fast, you know why? You know why this place completed very quickly?
Yeah, because the Delta had no data in the queue, the Delta queue.
Thank you, because it's 0, so it was able to finish that very, very quickly. When we look in a PSA, we realize that it actually requested it, but it's 0, you know? All right, so while it's loading, and this is another way, SM37 always, you can say it's finished here. See that? It says finished. All right, so if I refresh this, take a look at it. If I refresh it, maybe I should do a snag it so you guys can appreciate it better. All right. I'm going to refresh. It's not done here. Ellis. Ellis, you there? Isn't this funny?
Yeah, I'm here. There's something wrong with the, it's still running.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's still running on the DTP here.
Oh, but this is a DTP process, right? Why is it saying it's finished here?
Yeah, that's a strange one.
Anyways, we just wait for it.
Yeah, it's still running. Do the right click on the DTP so that they can see it. Right click on the process chain for the target administration.
Target administration takes you directly here. You see that? So it's still yellow. It's still in process. Okay. Adding data, transferring data. But this gives me the, wow, this is, I don't know what's, it's just 10 seconds, and it's done. And it's still running. What does that mean?
What user though are you looking at? Let's go back and change it. Let's put a start, see if it makes sense.
No, ALE remote. ALE, so what we are seeing is the dialog process. The background process is, I think, BW remote.
Yeah, just change it to start.
So that will be BW remote, and we're going to try whatever that is. Okay. Whoa. A lot of folks have finished stuff. I don't want to see all of that. And do this. BW remote. There we go. There we go. All right. So the system, we're using BW remote for the background processing. And so it's still running. Cool, 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 cool. So go and get your resumes and go and apply for a job. That's it. That's all you need to know. Okay, so this monitor is probably, will tell you once it's done, that is when it gets here, once it's done. So that you come in the morning and then you come over here, you see green, 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 you see red, okay, this process chain failed. Then you click inside and it brings you to this place, okay? It brings you to this place. Sorry. Oops. Yeah, it brings you to this place. Okay, so yeah, so once it's done, it will show up in RSPCM as green, as successful. So assuming that you are monitoring 100 chains every day, when you go there in the morning and you assume that, well, you schedule the chains very early in the morning, right? Like from say 12:30 a.m. in the morning and all of that, you know, it will start running. It will start running from there. So those that are complete will show up. Those that have errors that terminated and didn't complete will show up over there. And so you get a snapshot, a glimpse of all the processes and where they are for that day. RSPCM. So let's go here again. Oh, SLD. So this seems to me like it's complete then. LS. So let me just do a refresh. Whoa! There we go. That's an error. See how the error looks like? It's complete, but it's an error, right? So let's go to this place. Let me refresh it. It's still not showing up here. Okay. I don't know what's happening, but I don't have to bring it here. That is ridiculous. Anyway, so you see it here. It's showing up here, right? I decided that I'm going to monitor this process chain over here so I know what is going on. So I come in here and I select the process chain. Now here, it's telling me it's error. So if I click on it, it will take me to this place. And we need to go and find out what the problem is. Okay, we can go to target administration, we can go to monitor, and we can find out what exactly is the problem. So we have some hex value issues. Alice, any ideas what we need to do with this very quickly?
Oliver, give me a second. I need to step up real quick. Check the RSKC and see. I think last time I put the all caps on the RSKC, but check it and see if it's still there.
The material contains invalid characters, and this is words. Zero material contains invalid characters. Zero material contains invalid characters. Zero material. Okay. So it's supposed to actually allow, there is coaching, there is word, there is, so this X values. X values. Coaching, word, and then Estee Hill, right? So what I can do is, let's say that we don't want it, or we want to make the changes. Again, this is the test system, so sometimes you have all these errors. How do we resolve this problem? How do we resolve it? We'll have to go to
Is it RSKC?
I don't know if RSKC is going to work in this situation. because it looks to me like it's not necessarily an invalid character. It looks to me like there are lower cases and upper cases in there. At least that's what I'm looking at. So let's go here. Let's go to manage. Okay, this is your init. Your init contains, yeah, it's in request mode. Yeah. Let's see if there are any erroneous records. Probably not. Select at least one. Select all. And check for any errors. There will not be any errors here. Erroneous records. That's another way I want to see. So there is nothing, so the PSA is fine. But basically what it's saying is, from the PSA upwards, there is data that, and this is, I'm restricting this to 1,000. It's a lot of records. But what it's saying to us here is these materials have certain characteristics. So for our use, what I'm going to do is, let me go to the DTP. Obviously, the data is not good, right? So I'm going to have to delete the data. You don't have material. Let's see what material you have here. What material you have here. See, this is the real work. This is 13 record saves. All right, so what I'm going to do is I can also instruct this DTP to handle these errors as it's coming. I'm going to create an error DTP, okay? I'm going to say that, well, there may be some errors, but if it's not that many, just put them aside and load the rest of the data. All right? So let me go ahead and delete this data. Where is Eva? Eva, Sis, are you there? Okay.
Okay, Eva, what happened on the distance?
Well, I mean, there are. It's not invalid characters from what I'm looking at. It seems to be lower cases and caps as well for zero material.
The zero material doesn't have that checked already.
Sorry?
Oh, I'm asking if the zero material.
Yes, it's the zero material. So what I want to do is just to create an error stack, right?
Yeah. Okay. So that should be the next one down.
So this is the request. Okay. So no reporting. So what I'm saying is.
Yeah. The records were less than 100, right? So yeah.
They were less than 100. Okay. So again, this is good. This happened. So what it's going to do is it's going to keep this bad record somewhere, and then we can fix that later on and then load it. That means that, hey, there are a few records that is, that is not good. I don't want it to wait all the time. Be able to load everything else and then push the rest of this records aside until you resolve the issue. That's what the error DTP or error handling does. Okay, you create the error DTP, and then you can say, well, if I have errors that is 100 or less, then let it work this way. All right, so I'm going to do execute, activate. I deleted the data already. So what I'm going to do is I'll go back to, remember that I have my, this is here, right? So I can go to this place and then, okay, this, yeah, let me go back. Is it a repair or a repeat? Where is the repeat? All right, so you just look in the logs, you go there, you see this over here, it was during this period that what? There was the error. So you should be able to right click on it and then say repeat. Then I don't see repeat, the closest I see is repair. So let's say
yeah,
repair.
It's a repair.
So you want to maintain.
Okay.
Yeah,
so now that I've done this, I'm going to do, so it says that, well, your first attempt, you had a problem, now you are trying again. That's why this is here, okay? It doesn't mean it's loading to here and here. This is the log. So let's see what happens. Right now it's loading. So like I told you, errors are very good. So it looks like, from what I'm seeing over here, Alice, it looks like RSPCM is something that you have to put over there. So right now, if I go out, since I put it there, now when I go to RSPCM, you see, it will be there. So it's telling me what's happening right now. And I can do monitoring. That happens here. See, so you can add the number of chains you want to add. All the chains will be here. You can. So the system only has one chain. Wow. Is that true? Alex, do we only have one chain?
Yeah, because I don't think we've installed any process kits yet.
Okay, okay.
Should be, because we haven't installed anything yet.
Right.
Dude, the Bob J is up, man.
What is down?
You hear me? Oh, I said the Bob J is up, man. Everything working.
What are you talking about? I thought you said you didn't install it.
Yeah, just doing it during the class.
And it's done already?
It just finished, man. At least the all our connections works.
All right, cool. Cool.
I'm about to do
no data services, nothing on it yet, right?
Not yet, not yet. I'm going to do some snapshots and then move on.
All right, got it. All right, so when you come in, you can be monitoring from there, or you can see where the action is. You see the action? You can see where the action is, right? All right, so this, I can show you around. Again, you do process types, all right? Now, when you do this, this is the process chain. So there will only be one process chain. It says not assigned. So this one over here, I can, create, I can create something over here and just call it, whatever. Sales. Let's say sales. Sales base or sales process chains instead of the unassigned. If you don't create this, this one is like it's like an info area, right? If you don't create that, you always have a problem. So this is the chain. Always eludes me. It says It's locked by me. Okay, never mind. We'll come back there because it's over here. So SLD. What is this SLD, Alice? What SLD is he using?
Oh, the SLD distance. I think it's the SDM, the diagnostic distance.
Okay. All right, so let's check our monitor again. And you guys are way too quiet for me, man. What's up with that? Okay, so you can always switch it to your fine, whatever. And then here, you can change your views, you know. If you want a detailed view on, you see that it tells you it's a little bigger and ugly. But at least it tells you the name of the process chain, the ECD system is coming from, and then the data source. The DTP tells you the DTP name, what do you call it? The description, the data source, the logical system, and then the input queue is going to. All right? When you are done, you want it to look good, just go to the detail view up. Okay? That's the first thing I want to show you. The second is you can display it in a tree version, not as network, but as tree. Look at that. Start, and then ESA, and then BTP. It's another look. It's just another look. It's just whatever you want. All right? But I don't like that. I always like to use my network display. Okay? And I always want to make sure that my default chain is set to what? Expert mode, which means that it's unchecked. So that when I'm collecting anything, it's automatically collected for me. Okay, so this is what I was looking for. So the component, let's just call it sales process chains, all right? Oh, sorry, sales. It's supposed to be invalid. So use F4. Okay, never mind. Use F4. Is it using these? But even if it is, SD. Oh, it has stuff in here already. If not, you can just create your own. So this is where I have to create it. Okay. So an application component I created and I call it, let's say, sales. Okay, or let's say my sales process chain, my PC. And then you say my sales process chain. They have to be changed, so all of your chains can be organized under here. Okay, that's what it means. So now I've created it. So you see the place I was struggling to find it here. If I do this, to come back, it's lost. So let me go back. As you see, oh, did I activate it? Whoa. Is that another error? That's another error. Yeah,
it should throw the error, right?
Sorry?
It should throw that error, right? So then we have to change it to green and then create an error stack BTP if we wanted to.
Okay, right. Because it's going to be, collected over there. Okay, so we can change this to green. All right, we change this title to green, and then when we go, see there, so it's green. We change it to green. So we go back to the arrow stack, see, and it says display. So over here, you will actually see, where is it again, Alice? Where is the display?
Which one? The arrow DTP or?
Yeah, the arrow DTP.
Oh, we have to be in the monitor. Go in the monitor. Go back to the. We should go into the monitor here and the DTP. No, right there. Just to monitor for the DTP.
We have, well, yeah, we can over here, the arrow stack. There we go. So this is what I was looking for. So here we are. Okay, so these ones are the problem, and hey, where was it complaining and where is it and why can't I find it? Okay, so wait, I have to you know, do a selection. I have to do a selection of material. Yeah, material here. The same thing. If you don't select material, you're not going to get it. So yeah, that's why. Let me go back. When I select material, I thought I just did. No. Where is Matna? All right. Let's see where Matna is. You see Matna here? No? Well, you see Matna here? I thought I just selected it. ELG, let's just select it over here. No values, new fields. Where is Matna? New field list. Matna. Because that's where the problem is. Another selection, high fields, EFGH. Oh, Matna, there we go, right there. All right, let me execute. So where is it? Where are you? Matna, I'm here.
Evans, go a bit to your right. I think I saw.
Yeah, go.
Where?
Yeah, go to your right. It was there.
To your right.
Were you the one who created the arrow DTP or somebody already created it?
No, I did, right.
Oh, somebody already created it, right?
No.
Yeah, it's in there. I was looking at it right now.
Yeah, there,
right there, right. Oh, stop. There we go.
Right there. Right.
Okay, so you see that, this marker here, it's actually material numbers, right? And it's supposed to be containing characters. Well, or numbers for the most part, but let's say that, let's say characters, but then it all has to be what? Caps. It has to be caps, okay? So that's the problem. So it's just junk data. That's what we have. We have this issue. Junk. We're not going to worry about that. I don't have time for junk data. So that's it. That brings us to the end of today's class.
So Evans, in that situation on the job, what do you do?
What do you do where?
In that, if you have this situation on the job with the data material numbers with these upper and lower cases?
You will. There are two things that you do. First of all, chances are you are not going to get this kind of junk data where it's somebody's name as material.
Right.
If it happens, it will be few records. If it's few records like that 13 or less, right, then in the error stack where we went to, where you saw the material, that you can edit it like you are editing PSA.
Oh, okay.
And then when you edit it, then you will load the error DTP. Okay.
All right, Evans, the arrow between the start, does it remain black always?
Sorry? You said this one here, the black arrow?
Yep.
Well, yeah.
Does it have to stay black?
Yes. It stays black because over here you have a start, and there are a few processes that, you are not able to change it with the, always and, whatever you see here, like this, right? So if there are no options, then it just gives you just a straight one to tell you that there are no options there. Okay, so what happened to my stuff that I was created here? That's what I'm interested in. Let me go back. So we created this here, this component. And I activate it. Let me go out. Let me come back in. Sure, there, right there. There we go. All right. That's right. So right now it's not associated with it. So I created it, and then I created this component to be assigned to it. Now this one here, I want to go in and make a change. So I have to look for it. What is it called again? And do a change here because I put A over there, which is supposed to be small case. What is that? Where is it? Should be down here somewhere. Now DC sales A. I want to change it to small A. So everything looks neat and nice. Right. So that's basically it. That's about it. All right, so what we are going to be doing, Ellis and myself will take you through, for example, you know, you go to general services, what are all of these? You know, sometimes you have something like this, you know, and then you have something like that, you know, like this and like that. You want this and this to load, and then after that, so this and that loads. Once they are done, then you continue doing something, you know. If it's successful, then you continue doing something, or if it's not, right? And then there is another process here, you know, there is local change, you can put another process chain over here to say, well, load this and that. If it's continuous, then pick out this process chain and then continue that, you know, all of these, you know, there are like a lot of stuff. And you can also say, you know, after you load a particular data, you can say, well, delete from the PSA and all of that. So, Alice, can you know, give us something, you know, next week so that we can talk a little bit more about from this side? Like we loaded there and there. I'm saying that I think we need to come up with some of these. For example, you loaded from a PSA to this place. Let's say the requirement is after you've done this load, delete the data in the PSA because you don't need it, right?
Yeah.
So you can come in and then look for you know, data target management where you have PSA.
Scroll down. Scroll down. Like all the way down there. It's going to be on the other. Just keep going down. On the other, I think it's on the other.
There we go. There we go.
No, other BW processes. Up one more. I mean, up three more. Other BW processes.
There we go. Right there.
Down there. I think it's on the down one, right? Yeah.
Deletion of requests from PSA. So if you are done and you want to move this and add this here, to say that, well, you know, once you're done with the load, just go and then go and delete it. You know, you can do it. You can pick up your data source. You know, you can pick up your data source, and it's not successful there because it's not what we're looking for. What we're looking for. It's on the current page. Okay, let me see what's happening here. So delete PSA, you know, well, yes. I'm going to create one. And then you say, just say, delete PSA, you know, and then you say to delete sales PSA as an example. Okay. You have that. So, you know, you can pick up either the data source. Yeah, once you pick up one, it will give you the rest, right? So what was that again? To LIS underscore what? Underscore 13. Oh, flat files. That is. Oh, D, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, what's happening? Roughly, so it looks like this is all just master data. It's giving us master data. It's just a DSO flash file. Let's go back and check. So a DSO from source system. With sales PSA. Exclude. Okay, there are more than 500 inputs, but then 500 entries are found. So there is a restriction somewhere. Where is it? Where is the restriction? Man. Okay, let me just look for it here. 2 LIS for 13.
Stop.
All right, there we go. So VD item is right here. Okay, there we go. You hit enter, and then, you know, that's it. So if you put this here, now you want to delete when the data that has been coming there is, let's say, older than, let's say, 120 days, okay? Because you don't want your PSA to be way too big, right? So you can create a process chain that all it does is just every 120, every, you know, day, it looks for PSAs that have accumulated with data that is older than 120 days, and it deletes it. So even if I put it here like this and I do save, right? If I do save like this, like that, okay? Whether it's successful or not, just delete it, okay? If we run this, it's not going to delete it. Who can tell me why? Answer me and then you can go. I'm saying that if you run this process chain again, this data in the PSA will not be deleted. That the data we just loaded will not be deleted. And I'm asking why will it not be deleted?
Because you opted for it to be deleted after 120 days.
Exactly. It's just that simple. So today is just day 1. So that data will be in there. Tomorrow, day 2, the data that you load tomorrow will be there. But 120 days, any data that is older than 120 days, it will delete it. So 121 days from today, this data will be deleted. Got it? Process chain is fun. It's a lot of fun. If I were you, I'll go into the material and start working on process chain. You have all the PDF, just find it where it is and just look through the content and then find it and study, you know. But we'll continue next week. So next week, the topic that we'll be treating will be, we'll do more process chains and then warehouse management, or just, you know, house cleaning. Let's call it house cleaning. So all the little things that we've missed as we've been talking, like what is compounding, what is reference characteristic, what is navigational attributes, all those little things. We'll do house cleaning throughout them all. And guys, I hope you're working with your queries. You have to continue building, creating queries. And you can be building queries on any business content queue that is in the system, okay? Go delete someone's records over there and then load it. But while you are working on the particular, you know, area, just post an email, send us an email, hey guys, I'm working on FIGL or whatever, so that nobody, you know, deletes it or does anything to it because you're working on it, right? And someone else can pick up something else and just delete the data load and then reload again and go and build queues and do all of that stuff. Whatever you are doing, just post it to the forum so we know you are working on it, then nobody comes to delete anything. During this period, you own it. So just that you did HR doesn't mean yours is only HR. You should go and then start working in FI and MM and all of that, because your resume will say everything. All right? Okay, I am overstretched, hungry, tired, and man, I need to get out of here. So thank you guys for coming. Really, really appreciate it. And we'll talk to you again. Anything
All
else?
right, thank you, Evan.
Okay.
Thank you
you
we don't
too.
have authorization.
Yeah, I'll send you.
The PSA. I'm sorry.
I'll send you guys to create a process chain to load the assignment I gave you. All the business content that you guys install, create a process chain to load them.
Yeah, but we don't have authorization for the what you call it, the RSPC.
You don't have authorization for RSPC?
Yes.
Okay, send me an email.
Hey, Ellis, can you just give everybody? I guess it's role-based, right? So let's just put RSPC and RSPC and then.
I told you about it, but I'll check it again to see.
Okay. Okay, sounds cool. All right, guys.
Thank you.
Listen, Evans, can we get a video today or tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll try, right?